Hello, I am Angelus Demonus. You've got your Aetherpool leveled, you know what all the enemies do, but time, resources, and management of the run is the only thing standing in your way to the bench. This is where this video comes in. Consider it the final step of your journey to learning Palace of the Dead and getting the Necromancer title. How to manage your time and pomanders as a solo machinist. While I will not discuss what enemies do, we will put a full focus on my method of thinking on nearly every floor and every step from floor 141 to 200. I will discuss many time-saving strategies that has helped me in many of my runs, and discuss how and when I use specific pomanders to give me the best advantage in specific situations as it comes up. Although every run will be different, I hope this video will give you just enough ideas to get you to victory. If you have comments, suggestions, or you would like to share your own runs, please leave them in the comments below. I hope the best for your runs, and I will be excited to hear if you get your titles. Good luck, and have fun! Welcome to the live tutorial of the Time and Pomander Management Guide for Palace of the Dead Machinist Solo. What's going to be different about this guide is that it's already going to assume that you know the enemies, you know what to do in here. Now it's about getting the clear and kind of optimizing your path and your route to get to victory. Now, one thing that I want to stress is that there might be, I have a lot of POVs on my channel for like different runs and everything, but literally every single step, every single decision, every single choice all matter in the climb. You know, they might be very minor, they might be very small, but the reality is the entire run is essentially calculated from beginning to end to try to make sure that we make it in time, get to the boss, and feel comfy and everything. What you're gonna see in the run today, and in this video, if you will, is that it's going to be solely focused on the enemies I'm going to pull, the pomanders, why and how we use them, how we navigate through the floors, and some time checks. And hopefully this will help kind of like get you to the end if the tutorials have not done that already, so that you can think of this as like the final piece of that puzzle. You know, you're learning everything, you're trying to understand the content as much as you can. Now it's about actually focusing on getting the clear. So we're not really going to talk too much about what enemies do anymore, not in this one. This will be purely about strategy and how we get through these floors. So that's what you're going to look at as we climb through. Let's get started again. Now, I will be going without food for this run, simply because it's going to be in favor of people doing this as a free trial as well, in respect to people doing this as a free trial. If you have food, what I would recommend is having to make sure that you're above 540 and using whatever food that you have. I like direct hit and determination. You can use crit and direct hit, whatever raid food or general food that you use for DPS. The HP is really going to be a big help for that, so if you have access to that, go on ahead. Double check your potion stock, your sustaining potions, and your hyper potions. Make sure they're good to go. I have the full stock, but my live tutorial will be kind of going over more about working with a limited amount. We started that run at 20 and we climbed all the way up, and we got the clear with like about, I think, 170 at the end of the day. So, but here we're gonna go like almost like how I would typically do a run with how much I have. Let's get started. 141. Enter. Okay. So checking the chest here, sight's really good. Now, what I like to do and what you'll probably see me do in the very beginning of almost all the floor sets is we'll open with the strength. It's actually something that I prefer to go to nowadays, because it gives us a really good start off the floor. Pulling this demon, but also kind of observing which way we need to go. So here, even map navigation, floor navigation becomes very paramount, because I need to make decisions and kind of keep my kills to a minimum. I don't want to go too hard on kills that I start to overkill, but I still want to navigate and get to as many chests as possible. Now, on this floor set, I'm going to try to avoid gargoyles just because they're kind of really annoying to deal with. That is a regular room. Gargoyles on this right side. Okay, so I'm going to pull this manticore, but I'm going to be careful. I'm actually going to run into it first. No, okay, well, I guess I'm going to shoot it first. That's fine. Popping a potion here. Okay, we're going to hang in this room. Now, as I'm hanging in this room, you know, we're not just kind of running around just doing DPS. I'm actually deciding what I'm going to pull in my entire plan for this floor set. What I want to do is I'm going to get that chest. I'm going to open that chest before anything happens, because if that's a mimic, I want it to contribute to the exiting here. Witching is fine. Now, I'm going to pull a Ked. I'm going to pull this Ked. I'm going to pull that Ked next. If I need another kill, we're probably going to pull the Gargoyle with a Witching, because I have the free Witching anyway. And right now, he's kind of blocking me, plus he may move really soon, so we'll see what happens. And you'll see that we're really getting these kills kind of in as much as fast as possible. And now I'm going to move through. Now, here, the cave floors are dangerous with the traps, but I had just walked through this pathway when I was going to that Manticore. So as long as I more or less kind of matched the movement that I just did, then we should be okay. Then I could actually move through the floors like that. Alright. First room's gone. Perfect. We had gotten the strength back. We had a free witching, which I didn't need to use, but I may... well, we should be fine. Into the next floor pretty quickly. With the first 2 minutes, we're into the next floor. Alright. So again, we're going to try to stay away from those gargoyles if we can, but we'll kill it if needed. I have actually a really good room to do that. We're going to be trying to navigate all the rooms as well, trying to get to as many power-ups as we can, so you're going to see that out of me. And even with that, we're going to be still going at a pretty rapid pace. I'm going to take this Ked, because this Ked is going to be one of the easier pulls. I'm going to drag it with me as I go to the opposite room. Because we're going through the spawn room, I don't have to worry about traps on this floor, and this gets me a kill while we're navigating. So this is also a really good idea if you're comfortable with the enemy, is that you take something with you while kiting. So now we made it to this room. I'm going to pop a potion here, then pull the Manticore. Kiting this around a little bit. Now, one thing you want to be very careful with, this is actually going to be huge, and I'm going to try to say as much as I can, hopefully I remember. You don't want to kill something in the opposite direction of where you're going. So for this instance, I need to go north and then west. I want to be killing this thing close to this room, not back on the south end of the thing, because then I have to travel that far just to make that work. I'm going to pull this gargoyle because he is looking in the direction I need to go, even though he just moved. That was just a little unlucky, but that's okay. We can handle him. So again, we're going to make this circle around this room here. I'm going to pop a potion for the poison. And then we're going to end up killing this by the end of this room so that I can go straight into the next room after this. But I don't want to actually cross the threshold here because I didn't really walk it yet. I want to make sure that I don't hit a trap on the way through. So now looking at this in front of us, so you see a Manticore that's coming in, what might be my next pull if I need one. We have this little alleyway here that I can use to kind of avoid the patrol. But don't need to. I'm going to pull them now. Now here, it looks like that's a dead end where there's a couple of gargoyles. But I may go to the exit after this one, because one, if I open the exit, I don't want to have to risk another pull, because if you keep doing that over the course of the run, that's going to add up a lot of time. So in this case, because the palms are pretty good, pretty pristine, I'll probably just head to the exit here. We'll see. That gargoyle probably moves pretty soon, which he did. He's not gonna give me a... Nope, he's... I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, yeah. Okay, got kind of penalized there. Now, the other gargoyle is kind of looking at the other chest here. And this is actually not a bad... this is a pretty bad spot because I don't have kiting. So I need to actually toss in some couple heals here. Maybe a tactician right now. That kind of caused a little bit of a problem in terms of my survivability. We ignore that chest simply because I'd have to fight through a couple things to get to it, so I'm not gonna go for a singular chest like that. So one of the common questions I get is, when do you skip chests? You know, when do you go for chests? It's gonna be kind of an on-call situation. I typically have a consistent kind of thought process there, but in that one it's because there were two enemies that were blocking it, and I didn't want to wait any longer so I can maintain time. I'm gonna take another Ked with me. That's a dead end, but again, this is the easier enemy to pull, so we're gonna fight this one going through. Alright, again, I do not want to cross the threshold of this room, especially more so in the cave floors. You'll see me do this a lot in the next set, and then to 151 plus, but not here because of the possibility of traps in the corner. Alteration, I am going to use that. Here, Manticore. Okay, use the alteration. Gonna check this room to see what's here. Demon. Knights. Alright, so we're gonna go closer to the exit. Actually, what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna pull the Knight. Now, I actually want the Knight first, and I'm gonna watch the Gargoyle. Again, I don't want to really deal with the Gargoyle, so I'm gonna move once the Gargoyle kind of gets out of the way. If this Gargoyle does not move by the time I kill this Knight, which I just did, I was gonna pull something behind me instead. Okay, good. And again, I do not want to cross the threshold of the room once more because I didn't walk it yet. I want to avoid the traps if possible. Gargoyle's kind of looking in this way. Actually, I can go this way first. I think I altered the next floor. Okay. Checking this room to see if the exit's here. It is. So now, what we want to do is we want to make sure the exit's clear. I'm going to kill this and the knight because the knight could possibly walk towards the exit. So these would be my priority kills right now. Gonna observe this room to see if I can sneak in, which I can. I'm gonna do that now. Whoa, hold. Okay. Oh, I did hit him. Rip. I confirmed that target a little too soon. That's why I have this enemy, but it's okay. We have all of our heals available. Not much kiting, but we have all of our heals available. And I still have the strength on, which is good. I know there's a manticore floating around, so I also have to kind of keep a little bit of a mind on that one. So let's hop over here to see if I can sneak this. That's not going to happen, so we're going to go out first before we get into trouble. Again, I don't really need chests right now. We're pretty good for the moment. I'm going to try to sneak this one, but it looks like I have to fight that knight. Based on its current position, I don't think I get around it. Well, unless I get lucky here. That's iffy. I mean, I'll fight it. It's not a big deal, but... Sneak in here. Nice. Okay, just kind of made it in that aggro range, so... Okay, so we are at time check, 8 minutes into the first 2. Very good on this set. That strength, we're going to try to sneak a kill here before that strength drops in. So this is like, you can call it kind of like strength optimization, if you will. Have 20 seconds of strength. I'm definitely going to get a kill in. So let's get one in before we pop that strength. That's going to be important as well. Some people get a little trigger happy when they see a new power-up like that. They just use it right away. But definitely wait. Definitely get the most out of your current one. Here, I'm going to kill the gargoyle. Why am I going to kill the gargoyle here? Even though it's the harder one? Well, the boots are a lot easier to deal with, but they are sound. And so that room can be completely handled with just taking out this gargoyle. So I don't have to worry about something blocking me. Now we got the rage, which is really good. So I'm going to try to take an advantage here to see what else I can get to. These mimics should aggro as I go across this room. Yep. It's fine. They shouldn't kill me though, because that'll suck. But we should be fine. Gonna check this, gonna get to this aggro first. I want to be careful here because I don't want to hit a landmine while fighting this thing. So let it come to me. Now we can proceed. Opening the chest, the bronze chest in the rage, which is completely viable. You just can't do a gold chest. Silver chest, so I'm just gonna get the kill here because there's nothing else here I would want. I don't need that silver chest at the moment. Okay, we're clear. Dumping it, and let's go check the ooh, that just spawned. I will oh, okay, well, I already walked this path, so this should be okay. Another thing you can do as a safety measure is as I'm going from, like, room to room, I like to pop a sustaining potion, just in case something happens. Let's say I hit a toad trap while fighting this thing, well, at least you have the 30-second potion running to you, you know? So that's something that could save you as well if you want to kind of get a little risky with the rooms. Intuition, don't need that. And Steel, that is nice. I believe I have the strength in the spawn room, and I gotta pick up the rage. So we're gonna hope that nothing kind of gets in my way. I think that ghost was probably a respawn, which means nothing else should have respawned by now. This knight is gonna be a problem, though. Yep, okay, it's fine. I'll take it with me. I had already walked the path that I need to go to. Ooh, that gargoyle is a little close. Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good. Didn't think that room was going to give me a problem. Now, if I did aggro that gargoyle, I do have the steel on, so I wasn't going to be too concerned. Plus, I was walking into the spawn room, so I would have had cutting range. So now we're going to RP walk through this one. We are now just under 10 minutes on the first 4 floors. So, there you go. Making good time here. I would say this floor set, there is a possibility of dying to most of the gargoyles and probably the demons. But I would say you probably don't see many people getting a problem with time in here, but it's still possible. And also, one thing to bear in mind is that you do really good on a floor, it will carry into the next floor, right? I mean, what you have now is what's going to be on the next floor. So if you can get through here with a speedy amount of time, while also maintaining your pomanders, that's a really good thing, you know? And there's definitely going to be a massive difference between, you know, making the time now and being in here and getting through without any time pressure, but then doing the same thing, except you're down a rage, you're down a strength, you're down, well, you might be down a strength, but down a rage, you know, down a raising, down a steel, you know, things like that. So if you could walk into the next floor with like a full complement of everything, really gonna help. Now here's another instance of what I was talking about the strength. I got 4 minutes of strength on. No need to pop that new one, and we're going to kill and make sure that we have a clearance of the exit before we go. Now, since strength is kind of the biggest thing that I ever really would need on this floor set, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go over here, pull this Hellhound. Why am I pulling this Hellhound? Well, it could block me to the exit, and we don't want to delay when we're going to the exit. I ignore the boot, because like I said, that's sound aggro. There's a possibility something respawns too, but whatever. We're not gonna worry about something that could happen. Now, from now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be clearing the path to either side, left or right. However, if the exit opens, it might be a good idea to now just leave. One reason, again, we have the strength, we have a fresh strength, and we have a steel rolling, so there's really no need to check anything else. Maybe you're looking for that resolution there, but more times than not, you'll probably pick up the resolution getting up before 191, although I have had instances where I did not pick one up, but, you know, it's an extra food. So here we're going to keep moving through because we need to get a couple more kills. I'm actually going to check the other room while we take this knight out, taking this with me. Now here's the other trick. Again, I'm going to sustaining potion while I walk through here. If I hit a frog trap or landmine, at least we have the potion running, so that's a little bit of a safety play there. So there is a chest here. I'm going to hang here. If I need to kill another, which we don't, I'm not going to go for it. Pick up the fresh strength, and then off we go. Another about a 2.5 minute floor. Ooh, Wraith. We're going to kill this because it's proximity. And unless I wait for it to walk by, it's just going to take me more time. And probably by the time I get across this room, it's probably going to be dead. Now here I may want to actually interrupt the scream, because if I don't interrupt the scream, he's going to be stuck in place, and then I just have to stand there. So that's actually one good use of the interrupt. A lot of times I'm like, let the scream go, let the accursed pox on the later floors go, because it gives you some free DPS. But in this case, because I'm kiting it, and I wanted to take it to me at the exit, I want to do the interrupt, so it follows me. Okay. So we are now on the 6th floor at 46 minutes, really, really good time, as we're flying through here. This is a annoying room because it goes in 4 directions. Now, what I may want to do here is see the movement that we had right here. So I have now already created kiting space, so I can at least kite the right side of this room, because I've walked this already. So I can do a couple things while we're doing this. I can kind of go through this room. I'm going to pop a potion here as well. If you get hit by screams, and say goodnight. Well, in here, at least you take the terror, but it won't do a Cursed Pox. Later, it will do a Cursed Pox, and there you probably will die, unless you had, like, your steel on and a regen potion running. At least it doesn't hit as hard, let's say, than Heaven on High or EO. I think EO probably wipes you out, but here you're kind of okay. Well, you still shouldn't get hit with it, but the 10-second terror is not ideal, that's for sure. Okay, so we're gonna check this chest here. Mimic, that's fine. Again, that's contributing to the exit, so it's not a big deal. It's a lot better to fight mimics when they are contributing to the exit, not when the exit's already open. This is a witching, which I'll keep just in case something bad goes on. I want the persona. It's gonna be a much easier enemy to fight here. I already identified the exits few, so I may want to work the exit after this kill. Thinking about traveling through the other rooms, but we'll be okay. Hellhound is here. I'm gonna check the other room. Interrupt. Ooh, oh, my interrupt's down. Oh well. Enjoy the paralyze. It's fine. I may take the Hellhound out next. Strength again. Good. I don't really need to do anything now. I'm gonna stay here and fight this here. Again, this strength is kind of that big one, right? That's like the winning prize. You know, it's funny because even on the cave floors, if I were to get a rage, as powerful as a rage is, a rage may not be as necessarily good because you have to go through all like the movement time and the travel time. But the strength kind of carries me into the next floor, so that's a good one. But especially since we're really, really good on time, I would say the strength is kind of the more valuable one. Later floors, the rage will be way more valuable, but right now strength is definitely valuable in terms of moving quickly. Okay, so we're going to pop that strength now. Going into the 7th floor. Now, since we're flying through, I don't really have to consider using anything. Our palms are literally 3 of everything, and we don't have to alter, we don't have to affluence. We just work with what the game gives you, and that's the benefit of navigating through as many rooms as you can. You know, not just kind of staying in one place and just killing. Like, take things with you, navigate on the run while kiting, and you get to see what the game offers you in terms of power-ups. Bonus lost. Okay, looking through here, we probably have to take care of both of the persona because they're both going to aggro. Not to mention, I can't entirely get to the right side of the room unless I kill the persona here. Gonna try to not interrupt this one and then interrupt this one coming in. Gonna check the chest while in combat. Don't recommend it because of that, but that's perfectly fine. Now here, I'm gonna let the paralyze go because I need to interrupt the mimic. Now, I'm confident with this pull because I do have the strength on. I mean, the steel on. So, it's not that bad of a thing. But, yeah, I would say you probably wouldn't want to put yourself in this situation if you can help it. But at least I am in the spawn room, so I can't necessarily complain about that. Paralyze sucks. Okay, now I have full burst on the mimic here. Could pop a potion if needed, but we're gonna be okay. Especially with the kiting, especially with steel on. Onyx Dragon is sight, so I can probably, well, we're gonna check the other room then, because he moved towards the left side. I'm gonna pull him eventually, but we'll see. Let's just see what's in this side, because again, I don't want to overkill necessarily. Not to mention, if we find a treasure room, I'd rather identify that a lot earlier than later, right? That's another loss. I'll take the succubus with me as we navigate through here. See what's in this room. Gravekeeper. Okay, 2 side enemies. Now the Gravekeeper could get a little annoying because I have the succubus right there. So what I may want to do right now is I think I may want to go backwards, and I want to check this room in particular. But I don't kill the dragon. I want to see what this room is first, to see if the exit's here. Because if the exit's here, then I think I just go here and stay here and then commit to this side. But if it's in the opposite room, which it is, I need to now work my way over there. I think I take the Gravekeeper, or no, you know what? The Gravekeeper's walking away from me, so we can RP walk past him. And I have like 3 enemies that were blocking me from going into the exit. So to kind of be a little bit kill efficient, then that's going to go for that. Now, we do have a small problem here, because this... Yeah. He actually aggroed a little sooner than I thought. Well, that's fine. No big deal, but it might be an extra kill. So while we're waiting here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to observe what these enemies are doing here to see if I can maybe sneak through. Like, right now, I could sneak through the left side because they're both looking into the center. But more than likely, when I kill this, they're going to start to move. So... And I wouldn't want to take 2 enemies with me. I'll take the Hellhound first. There's the movement of the Onyx Dragon, which is perfectly fine. If I need another kill, then I'll probably take the Onyx Dragon and then move on. But we'll see where they're going to be looking for from here. Okay, it's like, yeah, they're kind of all in bad spots here. So I'm going to take the Onyx Dragon. I'm going to pop a fresh potion while I move along here in case I hit a trap. Again, I don't have to steal on anymore, but it will be okay. Boom. That's your backup strat if you want to be, I would say, a little impatient. Just make sure you pop a sustaining potion, assuming you have one, so that you can navigate through the room kind of nice and safely. Gotta wait to kill this before I check the chest. Don't need to deal with that succubus. And the area I need to go to is nice and open. Checking. Safety. Definitely using that so we don't hit traps. Because apparently we have to go all the way around this entire room just to get to the exit. Checking this chest because it looks clear. And it looks like the exit will be clear because the Hellhound just moved. Yet another strength refresh. Not complaining at all. 40 minutes on 147. Oh, the succubus is here. Gonna pull the succubus. I didn't see this one. She was looking right at the exit, so she has to go. Now, while we're doing this, I'm gonna be observing that Hellhound. I mean, it's only 1 aggro if we have to deal with him, so I'm just gonna get there no matter what. But I'm not gonna pull it unless it decides to turn into me in aggro. And it'll be fine because we have room. 39 minutes into 47. Nice, I hit my... Okay, let's go. Flight. Very good pickup here. Pulling this one, so I can get to this room. But at the same time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag this across the map with me and take him to see what this next room behind me is to reveal it. So I can see if that's the exit. It is the exit, actually. So I want to examine what the exit is. I want to, so without looking at, just like, you know, just to kind of give this an idea, I want to see what's in here to see if anything's blocking me. So the Persona is the one that's going to give me the biggest issue. There's a possibility that the Onyx Dragon also gives me an issue because the room is so tight. So I think I pull this one and the Onyx Dragon, plus I check the chest, because if that's a Mimic, then I want that to contribute towards the exit. So this kind of keeps it pretty efficient here, right? Now, if the exit opens right now, like let's say that chest's the Mimic and then it opens, I just head out, because I don't really need anything, right? I did already pick up the flight too, so the flight's already going to save me some time. But we want to check the chest to make sure that it contributes to the exit. Waiting. Not going to pass the threshold? Okay. Lusts. Okay, we can getting a lot of lusts here. Alright, so I'm running all the way across. That Persona looks like my likely target. That is surprising I was able to target that through the wall, but it's fine. Check. Resolution. Okay, Resolution. Interesting choice here. Resolution does kill undeads, and these are gonna be considered undead. I'm gonna predict here. Actually, no, I'm gonna do 2 shots here. Convenient. While I'm in this... Oh, we actually didn't get out here. Let's take advantage more. So Resolution does do bonus damage to the enemies for undead. And it came at a pretty good time here, because I can at least get a couple undead. Succubus is not undead, but the Onyx Dragon and the Persona are. So while I'm in this, I'm going to take advantage here to see what else is here, and this looks like a nasty room. I may get another strength, so I'm going to do this here. Let me just tilt this here a little bit. Got 3, good. Alright, gonna dump, check the chest. It's okay if it's a Mimic, witching. Okay. So what would I be looking for there? Another strength. Another strength would be nice, if I got one. Fortune. Now let's take the Resolution. We are at 37 minutes, almost on speedrun pace. Speedrun pace being 30 minutes. Yeah. So basically, it has just been carried by strength on this floor. Got a Rage earlier. The Resolution was kind of a big help. You saw how many kills I needed extra just to get off the floor. That's a Witching. One thing that was noted by some gamers is that if you kind of needed to remember some chests and you kind of forgot, not a bad idea to put markers on them and kind of designate in your brain or your own kind of language what 1 means, what 2 means. So it's one thing to use if that may help you. And I already heard some people saying that was a big help for them. Okay, Purity. Auto heal disable, so I want to be a little bit careful about what I pull, just because our defense will be a little bit lower. I believe this is flighted. It's like, well, that's going to be huge to help out. Alright. Ooh, hi! Okay. It only gave me a jump scare, but that's fine. that was right here on that thing. Okay. I think we'll be okay to move across for now. Ideally, you actually wait for this toad trap to go for it, but I think I'll be okay. Okay, these guys won't give me a problem, so I don't have to pull them. Now, the dragon will kind of be a problem because of its current position here. If I wanted to check those other rooms. Now, ideally, what I would like to be looking for here, and this is actually the one floor where I will make the effort to kind of check all the chests, because what I would want to have here, strength or steel and steel, strength and steel, because that can carry into the boss floor. So if we get that, huge. Resolution. Okay, so there's 2 things that can die to Resolution, but let me check some chests first before we kind of do that, because it's not really in the greatest positions here. Serenity, very good here. That makes this a little bit easier. So now, I think I just popped the Resolution. And the reason why I was holding back on the Resolution was because it is going to take a little bit long to die and move a little bit faster. So I wanted to be a little careful with that, and not kind of take extra damage when I don't have the auto heal. Alright, so we're out of ready, but I'm going to take care of this Gravekeeper. And I will make the effort to check the other room. It's fine, that's not going to kill me. I think this is the Resolution, right? Alright, so let's check this room, and I will make the effort to check the chest, even kill something extra. Because if I can take the strength in, which I would like to have a strength for the next boss. Steel. Well, the steel's good, though. The steel probably makes me chill a little bit. So, in this case, what I would like to do is I ride the steel. I don't re-up the strength in the boss. You could totally do the next boss without any strength and steel, by the way. Maybe a good idea to kind of be conservative with that boss, so that you can take it into the next floor. But for sure, with the steel on, I don't worry about the strength. I am going to lust, though. I'll explain that when I get to the boss. I'm going to pick up the sight here. Now, what was the first one? Oh, Purity, okay. Alright, boss time. That's not gonna kill me or hurt me. It's loud in my ear, though. So I'm gonna open with Lust here. Now, logic here for me, for Machinist, is that I'm probably not gonna be really using Lust anywhere else on the floor set, outside of really the bosses. There is some benefit to using Lusts on the floors, even as Machinist, but it's a little less likely for me to do it. So you'll see me definitely try to do a Lust on almost all the bosses moving forward, which means you also kill them faster, which is also nice. And secondary to that is that it could be a good situation where you may be able to get away with a steal on like most bosses without the strength on, and the Lust will definitely help. And I think you should be able to kill all the bosses even without a Lust, but the Lust is certainly going to give you a little bit of that buffer, especially if like you're not really too precise or too sure of, say, your 60 rotation on Machinist, which, look, it's fair, you know. If it's the first time playing the job, maybe you're not really sure about how to hit all the buttons, and at least that gives you that buffer of time to get through. So here we're just gonna go through this boss normally. Nothing really different than how we did this in the live tutorial at all. It's basically just kite forever, manage all the damage on the boss until the ads come in, just basically run around the entire time. It's a pretty easy fight on Machinist. Those crawling zombies will get wiped out later. It is perfectly fine that they're alive. You don't have to do anything weird. You don't have to do spread shot to kill them. Just leave them there, and it's fine. And we're just gonna focus all the damage on the boss. Strength is about to drop in about 10 seconds. I may have to go through 3 cycles of this boss. I just kill it in 2 cycles if I have the full strength on. So you're probably gonna see us go through 3 cycles, like 2.5 cycles, if you will. Back to 50%. So when this boss does Blood Rain, it will wipe out the ads. So you want to make sure you have like Tactician on or Potion running. If you're without Steel, big time, definitely have something ready. Maybe pop a Potion after this thing. But with Steel, it's going to be a lot better. You only take about half HP, plus you kind of make it all back with the Sustaining Potion on itself. Again, we're probably going to go through 3 cycles here, so we're just maintaining, running away. This boss is just very simple on Machinist, since you just have to focus all the damage on the main boss. Kinda nice. Just run in circles and shoot. I have been able to actually kill this boss without using any sustaining potions. It does kind of put a premium on your kiting, a premium on when you use potions and whatnot. Now here, one thing you may want to be careful with is just the usage of the ricochet if you get that close to a zombie. Anytime an enemy spawns, no matter, not just here, but any enemy that spawns in the game, there's usually this kind of load animation lock that they're into, unless you hit them. So usually there's like about a 3-ish second thing before they actually start doing stuff, before they start attacking you, etc. However, if you engage them, even like the immediate time they show up, then they will start doing their stuff. So, like, I think the only problem you'd have with Tisiphone and a walking zombie is if it spawns on top of you and Tisiphone's on top of you, then you ricochet, then you may cause this like really odd situation where you get bound by the zombie. But more than likely you should be keeping away from her just because of all her casting. Just to see here, we're not going to have enough damage here to kick her out before she decides to heal. This is a product of not having strength on. Well, that's fine. We'll definitely kill her in the next cycle. We did about, what, I would say about 40% before she healed, so that's going to be no problem there. There's the heal, 26. So a little bit of a longer fight, but we conserve the strength for the next floor, so we have a really good opening. And this is what you're going to really start to have to kind of think about when you start going with your management of your pomanders, management of your time. Because what you have now and what you take into the next floor could change the dynamic of how you handle the next floor. You know, if you're lacking a rage, if you're lacking a strength, if you're lacking certain things, then, you know, you could get lucky and pick up a double on one floor. It's possible, but you're adding a little bit more RNG to the run, having to clear. If you can control how much RNG is needed on the run, by limiting palm usage, by still being, you know, very optimized with your movement and speed, then you will need a lot less to help you to get through. That's how you want to think of it. And that's where that pomander management will come into play. If you're given a lot of time, giving yourself a lot of time to proceed on the floors, then you're giving yourself you're reducing the need of having to use something to speed up, because every one of these power-ups, with the exception of, like, let's say an intuition or something, is all meant to kind of speed you up a little bit, right? You want to optimize the usage of them. Okay, boss will die before the ad comes in here. Alright, boss is dead. 28 minutes on the clock. Good job. That is 141 to 150 in the books. Alright, 151 to 160 coming up here. Again, food checks, potion check, all the checks. You're gonna see me open with a strength here, and then we just basically just see what the game has to offer me after that. You're gonna see my movement a lot more deliberate and a lot more less caring of traps, but I'm gonna be very comfortable with that. Try to watch that movement, try to maybe notice the difference from the last set to this one. And that movement is also going to be the key to really saving us a lot of time on the floors. I mentioned this in the previous set, but one of the things I watch people do, I remember doing a VOD review of someone a while back, and one of the things I definitely saw them do is, in these floors in particular, is that, like, they would actually pull something, take it back to spawn room. Pull something, take it back to spawn room. Pull something, kite it back to spawn room. While the execution of survival was good, that navigation back and forth, you know, even going like 3 rooms away to bring it all the way back to spawn room, that's a lot of time that you're losing. You know, just think about how much time you're going from, like, and you kill it in the spawn room. We talked about that on the previous set about making sure that you kill kind of in the direction that you're going to, but they were killing in the spawn room. All that time, not the time walking back to spawn room wasn't bad, the time from the spawn room to the next pool was bad. And you do that for every single floor. Just think about what's that, 10 seconds, 15 seconds? You add that up for every single pull. What if you had to do 5 pulls and you added it to 10 seconds, 15 seconds? So that's a whole minute. You do that for 10, you do that for 9 floors. That's almost close to like 10 minutes off the clock by purely navigation, you know what I mean? So you want to kind of make sure that a lot of your movement will be kind of with purpose, but also not wasted, even with Peloton. So we're going to be trying to do that, and we're going to try to be going fast. So 151, let's go. Opening strength here. Seeing what we got first. So with the beauty of this set is I can see kind of what we have, like maybe even notice if I can see the exit right away to kind of determine what we're doing. Sight's gonna be fantastic for this. So you're definitely gonna see me try to decide what we're gonna do with this floor. So what I would like to do is I want to get to the north side, check those chests if I can. Now here, don't need to pull anything at the moment. This is not blocking me. That's coming in. Oh, that is now blocking me. Okay, I'm going to take care of this pudding right now, because this pudding could be a problem trying to navigate this room. I'm going to kite this back here. Okay, he's coming at me, going away. Now we have multiple shoppies coming in. So my focus right now is to go to the north side, not really the west side. But if this shoppy comes at me, I probably pull it. We're probably going to need, by the way, average kill count you're looking at is between like 5 and 7 to get off of these floors up until about 191. So I'm gonna be kind of having my brain about a 6 kill count here. And like, and basically, like, if I'm at 5 or if I'm at 6 and I'm still trying to work the north room, then I start making my way back to the exit because I'm getting close to that average, right? That's how I'm kind of thinking about it. So 5 to 7 is what we're looking for. I've already decided this pudding because this pudding is blocking me from checking the other room. Shopty's coming in, but I could possibly avoid him. But I won't, because I'm going to pull him. I'm going to pull him with me. I just have to watch my movement here. I do not want to be running straight back in straight direction, so I can avoid that line AoE. That gremlin may aggro, so I'm going to vibe in this corner right here. This will be kill number 3. Again, looking for 5 to 7 before I really have to start making my way back to the exit. Here, I'm going to go this way. Okay, I can sneak behind this gremlin. I want to be checking these chests before I pull something, because if it's a mimic, then I want to deal with the mimic. Serenity. Okay. I'm going to try to check the other room where that singular gremlin was. So this is, again, important. Once you're getting close to that kill average, I'm going to try to repeat that as much as I can. That's when you really want to start blitzing the chests, if you can, if they're not blocked. Safety, okay? And then check that last room. Now, once I've identified all the chests, then you can kind of resume killing, but you just don't want to deal with a mimic when the exit is open. You know? Ugh, okay. It's fine. Alright, so now we're going towards the exit. I'm going to start making my way towards the exit. One thing to note here I have 2 shopties that are around, which are right there. So I need to be careful about that. I was thinking about that. I didn't verbalize it, but I was thinking about them. Because they probably were going to come back pretty close by the time I walked in here. So they are both coming in this direction, which is both annoying. I'm going to pull one of them. Again, watching my positioning here, I may be able to sneak past it, but it's going to be a little tricky. I think this is actually a good angle here. Good. Okay, so now I want to make sure that I'm getting to the exit. Okay. Didn't get a good position there, so that was a little spicy. So now we're at the exit, and it's open. Good. Let's go. Using nothing, we're just going through. That is 3.5 on the first floor. Nicely done. This floor set is notorious for bad debuffs. More towards the later half, probably. So just note that Serenities may start to fly, but don't feel that bad, because it's kind of like that's what you had to probably do anyway. Alright, so let's take a gremlin with me, and we're going to be fighting this thing while navigating. Because this is one of the easier and more tame things to go for. So here, nothing over here, so I'm actually going to go back now. I may pull the deep eye after this thing dies, so that we have something with me while I go to the next floor. This is important. This navigation while killing, it's really, really important. Pulling this out. Now, a lot of the movement here, I'm not worried about traps. In the cave floors, you can see I was talking like, okay, don't pass the threshold, gonna wait till I kill this thing. And there's definitely a lot of situations when I will pay attention to that. Now, the donut room is going to be one of these where I would like to not drag something with me in a donut room, because, you know, things like that can happen. So there are going to be specific rooms that you'll see me be a little bit careful of. I'll try to be pretty vocal about that if I can. There's actually another room where this could be a potential issue. Gonna pop this gremlin first. Of this wall. That right side where the gremlin is at the moment, I think there could be a trap that could be one step off the wall a little bit, so I'm a little bit careful on that one. Now, because I already hit this trap, this does kind of open the door to like the most favored kiting type of room, which is what we call the donut room. So that's one thing to take into consideration, but we may be kind of out of here before we need to execute it. Now, there's a steel there, but I'm not popping it right away. So anytime you're going to look into stealing, and depending on what floor you're on, you kind of want to kind of determine, like, did I need the steal? Do I need the steal right now? You definitely would want it on like going into the next floor, as opposed to like, let's say this one where I have haste on, and where I'm not really concerned about things killing me. You know, what if the next floor is gloomed? It's like gloomed and like auto, like ability down or something. Well, that would be nice to have a steal on, you know what I'm saying? So that's one thing that you want to consider too, that you may not want to necessarily use buffs right away, and you may want to think about, what are my next 5 steps on this floor? Okay, so I will kind of gander at this room. There is a chest there. I'm going to try to go for it. Kind of bought ourselves some time earlier, but if it gets blocked, that's it, we're done. I'm not checking it. You know why? Because one, the gremlin just moved into it, and I had a chance of getting the the pudding there as well, so we're not gonna go for that chest. And taking this with me is not a big deal, because I have to go to the exit regardless. This is an intuition, that's a steal. Okay, gonna pop the steal now, going into the next floor. It's actually not in a good spot here. I'm gonna try to move around him. Nope, just move. Okay. Alright, so making good time. 53 minutes into the 3rd floor here. Another buff. Take advantage of the buffs, because later you're probably going to get kicked in the butt a little bit. Ah, we have the gloom. So this is where the steal now becomes handy, right? What did I just say? What if we get a bad floor the next floor? Well, I have almost a 7.5 minute steal, as opposed to, let's say, a 5-minute steal, because if I had used it right away on the previous floor. And, you know, decisions like that could make a difference, you know? And especially with Machinist having the capability of surviving quite a lot due to its kiting, you definitely don't want to just be trigger happy on a lot of your buffs, you know? You don't want to be like, oh, buff, let's just use it. You may want to think about, like, okay, how to optimize this, how to make the most out of this right away, you know? Okay, that pot has to go. That's a priority kill. Why is it a priority kill? It is blocking my entry to go into that room. Now, this might be a priority. I have to kill probably 2 things to get to the chest. So what I want to do is I want to look at the other room to see where we're looking at. Because that's like a luxury room. It's not towards the exit, it's a dead end. Okay, that's the exit. So I will want to probably prioritize making sure the exit's nice and clear before I kind of go anywhere else right now. Don't need that silver. So the pudding is fine. The debuff here could be a little bit of an issue. Also trying to eye that room from afar, and it doesn't look like there's a chest there, but it could also be kind of hazy because of the gloom. So after this kill, now that I've figured out that I've kind of opened up the exit and the exit's nice and clear, we're going to continue killing and get my rest of the kills in that room that had the treasure chest. I have to watch the shopty that's behind me though. So let's pull the pudding as the one that's more likely to give me a problem in the chest. It is going to give me a problem. It's more like the pot may not give me a problem. Keeping an eye on the shopty over here, but it's not going in my direction, so that's fine. Now the pot actually moved out of my way, which is good. If I can just ignore that pot while checking the chest, that'd be great, but I'm going to wait for this thing to die before then. Again, keep track of my movement. If you see me moving through a room where... there's the mimic. If you see me move through a room without too much care, it's because I know that I should be safe. If I don't go through a room, it's because I'm a little bit cautious on something happening. Now, this mimic, mimics are bad. Oh, I don't like mimics. They come from gold chests. But look, exit's not open yet. And so if that was a power-up, fantastic. It's a mimic. They're not too bad. They're not too bad in Palace of the Dead in general, especially with kiting. And, Machinist power. So this will contribute to the exit. No big deal. Just gotta watch that shopty that was kind of floating around here. And this is with steel on, by the way. Again, benefiting off of the steel, the full duration steel that I had walking into here. And... okay, silver chest, it's fine. Now, we do have our little silver chest explosion strategy. If you're going to do that, you want to get it to 70%. This is going to save you time, too, if you can get it nailing. I'm going to wait for him to cast the Hypnotize right there, pop it. Okay, no dice, but that's fine. Try to do it as safe as possible. If you ever think about doing silver chest explosions to save you a little bit of time, just make sure you catch them doing a telegraph or an ability, because they can't do anything while they're casting something. So it's the best opportunity to try to see if you can kind of get them. Okay, pulling the gremlin. Now we're just kind of getting off the floor. Now, I did open with the strength, which was a nice way to get like an 8-minute boost in terms of like speeding up the floor. But now I'm gonna hold on to it because we kind of have that boost. I mean, we're 50 minutes almost about to walk into the 4th floor, and we'll do our kind of halfway checkpoint to see if I need to go a little bit faster. But for now, we're just kind of go in and just deal with whatever the game decides to give me. Pulling the pudding next. I could have pulled... if the shopty was any closer, I would have thought about the shopty, but I do want to just keep it into this kind of area that we're in now. Shopty may come back very soon. Actually, there it is right now. So again, we're keeping the kills very quick. We already checked all the chests pretty much, so I don't need to really worry about... I don't need to worry about navigating anymore. We navigate. Now it's just get off the floor. If I need another pull, I need to go for the room that's over there by the pot, but we are good into the next floor. 48 into 54. So I did want to plan out if I need another pull there to see where I was gonna go, but we didn't, so we're good. Blind can be a little bit of a annoying thing, but we are really good on time, so I don't really have to do anything per se. Now, I want to check the chest first, and ignore the 3 of these. I don't need to pull these right now. I already saw a pot blocking the exit, so we want to be handling that, and also moving our way through the rooms past the exit. Pot's priority, the deep eye can be skipped, so let's think about that for now. And there is a Meredith coming, which probably has to be engaged at some point, if this was a one-way room. So we already have our 2 kills that are coming at us for now, as we plan out what we're going to do on this floor. Yes, Merilith will be the next pull coming in. Probably shouldn't have Wildfire, but that's okay. So now, again, we're not really in the game mode here of, like, using anything. There's another one coming. Not in the game mode of using anything specific. We're just going to deal with what the game has to offer me. because we are really, really good on time. The decisions we made earlier, even with the strength, and then trying to maintain this kind of optimized killing, is going to start to kind of snowball in a good direction, snowball in your favor, you know? As long as you stay ahead on time as much as possible, it allows you to be a little bit more free and relaxing, so that you don't have to feel pressured about using anything to go faster, which we'll definitely discuss if like time starts getting a little bit iffy. But at this pace that we're going on, we're looking pretty good. Now here, the deep eye just moved. I don't know if you caught that, but the deep eye just moved. So I'm going to sneak around here, watching the ricochet. Do not ricochet here. Watching the ricochet and moving through with this thing. I would have done this earlier if I didn't see the other Marilith, but now I can navigate while we're fighting this thing. Okay, so both of the proximity enemies are a little bit tricky here. So I think I want to go with the... let's go with the pot. Hold on, healing. Because the pot looks like it could get a little close to the pathway if I wanted to check what's in that other room. Although the other room kind of looks like it's on a gold chest, but it's okay. Yep, and it did exactly what I talked about, where like this would be a priority pull if I wanted to check that other room. Now I could proceed though. We're gonna pop a potion just in case, right here. Just in case I hit a trap, but this one I should be safe with. Gonna navigate and check the room while doing this. If there's nothing interesting here, which there is not, I'm going to then kind of make my way back. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to pull the gremlin with me. If I need another kill after this, then it's going to be... Did you drop a chest? You did. Check. Ooh, that is a really fortunate drop, and I had a fortune here, so there you go. So let's proceed. Now, the next pull here will probably be the deep eye if I need to. Otherwise, I can sneak myself through the thing. I want that bronze chest. I think I just ignored the bronze chest because, okay, deep eye. Wait, there's an... Okay, that was a... Oh, I could do a silver chest check here. Let me see if I can do that. That's a spawn room. Gotta make sure I'm healed for that if I'm gonna do it. Gotta be above 70, waiting for the hypnotize. I'm a little too far, it's fine. Okay. And if not, I'm gonna kill the pudding. That also dropped the chest, so let me check that first. Steel. Okay, yet again, we will clear this floor first and then pop the steel when I leave. Going back here. Okay. Again, this run right now is going to run an assumption that you kind of have a good understanding of what everything is already doing. So we're not really going to be talking about, you know, certain things about what enemies do. Definitely reference the tutorial for that one if needed, but this will all be about how to manage those bombs and everything. Okay, now we want to look at all the rooms very quickly. So look at that one, look at that one. Okay, nothing here is the exit, but I do have that safety, so that's... Oh, that's the exit, okay. Gremlin wants to go first. I may deal with the imp over here. And we have a fresh steel, so again, we're going to use that on the way out. We are into the 5th floor of 43 minutes. Nothing really spectacular. Haven't seen a rage yet, so this is just about kill speed right now. I want to get that chest as well, and then start working the other room after that. So let me see what we got here. Thing's almost dead, so I'm going to take advantage and check the chest in combat. Alteration. I will use the alteration. The alteration here on Machinist, I think, is a pretty good play. One, you may roll the dice with Corrigans, which would be quick kills. Now, because of the aggro range of the mimics, they could cause problems in terms of like getting through them. But as a Machinist, since you can interrupt the mimics, they're going to be not that bad at all. The only thing that's important is that you get to them sooner rather than later. Like, again, mimic post-exit, mimic pre-exit. You don't want to be dealing with mimics if the exit is already open. That's what you want to try to avoid. Checking this chest and then pulling another gremlin here. More tame enemy. There's a whole bunch of imps over here. So what I want to do is I want to observe the imps right now to see if I can sneak this chest at any point. I want to do it out of combat, or actually I can do it now because they just moved in a favorable spot. Checking the chest now, safety came back, but I think I already had it. It's fine. Okay, gonna have to pull one. Gonna pop a potion here. Gonna wait for ice spikes here, coming in. Ice spikes now. Interrupt. Holding. And resume damage. So now I want to plan out what's my next kill count here. There's a ton of imps here. So what I'm going to kill next is going to be a gargoyle. And then if I need to kill something else, it's going to be the mimic, the imp that's going to be by the exit over there. Which is, I think, the safety, right? Okay, so let's kill this one. Imp will be next. If I need one. If I need another one, then I'll pull the other imp, which I would prefer not to do here, but it's fine. Killing this one. Okay, we're good. I'm gonna grab that steel. What's the angle on the imp? Okay, imp's good. This is safety, so I can sneak right around. Okay, ability no item is kind of a little annoying, however, we do have the steel on. So let's try to see how much we can get through with the steel. This might be a very big consideration to Serenity, but look at our time. So this is something that I made a note on in the live tutorial, that I tend not to like do the whole floor by floor time check anymore. The one I care about is the 6th floor. What are we at on the 6th floor? If we're over 30 minutes, then I can maintain my pace, and provided I don't kind of kill the pace, then we should be able to get the boss no problem. If I'm under 30 minutes, I will have to strongly consider doing something. Flights maybe, Rage possibly, Strength, you know, get a little aggressive on Pomanders, but that's my check here. Right now, we're 10 minutes ahead on time, which basically means this is a floor that I'd be willing to try to fight through, even though it's going to take a while, because I can let this floor absorb some of that time. Which means I save a Serenity, which could be used a little bit more later on to the run. Again, you have to think about not just necessarily what the Pomander is going to do for you right now. It's also going to be something that you think about what is going to happen about the next couple of floors, right? It's like a really kind of a big kind of, you know, multi-step process of deciding. I mean, we could just pick one up here and it all becomes a moot point. That's perfectly fine. But what happens if we don't see one for a while, right? Now, this does cause a problem. So we did alter this floor, and why is this a problem? I don't have abilities, which means I cannot stop I cannot stop the Mimic from doing things. So we have to be a little bit concerned here. Not to mention, this thing kind of kicked my butt a little bit. So I'm going to wait for my HP come back a little bit before I continue a pull. Okay, so I'm going to pull now. And I don't have any healing whatsoever, so this does make a very treacherous floor, but the steel is what's going to carry me here. And if at the end of the day I do have to end up doing a Serenity, it's fine. But it's okay. So one thing I do recommend with a floor like this, and especially with a job like this, even though most people would probably Serenity this right away, and I kind of gave like a time kind of discussion about why I'm not going to Serenity this, another thing I definitely suggest people doing, if you haven't already, try fighting one thing on the floor before you actually make a decision. You know, just pull something, see how it feels. Like, did it feel awful? Did it feel manageable? Because you may surprise yourself. If you can actually get through rooms that you think is supposed to be Serenity, but then you actually get through without it, that can be huge, especially with how valuable Serenity is and will be on the later floors, you know, especially as things get more difficult. So, I would say more so if you had a Raising on, definitely take the risk of, like, trying to fight something, that is going to be, trying to fight a floor debuff that could be very spicy. In this instance, I mean, honestly, I don't blame anyone thinking, like, let me just Serenity now. I mean, again, you don't have any heals. I don't have Second Wind. I don't have Potion. I have nothing that I'm working with. And also, if I get a Mimic here, it probably does it probably does cause me the Serenity because I can't stop the Infatuation. But we are going to still continue opening chests here. Gonna pop this one over here. Now, you could also think about this. Like, this chest may not have been necessary because I am full on everything, so you could almost say that was a little bit of a mistake, which I think it probably was. I mean, because if I get a Mimic, then I have to Serenity, and all of this work did nothing, because I could have just Serenity'd earlier. But, you know, you have to kind of think of it in those steps. Like, what is the value to you by doing this thing? What is it going to be this way? Even with the pulls, you know, like here, I do not want to pull an Imp, because I have nothing to stop the Imp right now. I'm still okay with the double pulls of the Magic Pot, etc., but man, I do not want to deal with an Imp. Ew. Okay, stop. Stay away from me. Very good. I would rather pull the Tauruses right now, because the Tauruses is going to be a lot more tame than the Pot is, but I'll hang around here and pull the Pot if I need to after this. Okay, staying kind of relatively close here, still riding that steal. We might be out on this kill or the next one. Ow. Nice crit. Ooh, nice dodge. I like the dodge. I'll take a crit if I do the dodge. So, thinking about what we're doing coming here, again, the Pot is my next pull if need be, but then it gets a little complicated after that, because I have an Imp, I have a Soul Flare, and I have 3 Mimics, no more Patrol, so we're gonna kind of hope that it opens up here, which it does, good. I'm gonna sneak this one here, just if you're looking for potsherds, not a terrible idea to think about it. Gonna observe this Imp and keep an eye on this Imp as I go through this floor on the left side, which is where I proceeded through this room. And now you just got through a nasty floor without using that Serenity. Again, we let this floor kind of absorb some of that time that could have been used. Now, this is a really bad respawn. I'm gonna chill. It's gonna move in a couple seconds right there, so we're gonna move here. Worst place it moves is if it moved forward or if it moved backwards, because then it would block me or it blocks the path. At least I know I can fight it. Checking. Okay. Again, probably a good idea not to check the chests, but it's whatever. I did it. I would say you probably don't want to check chests, especially with your pomanders being full. The only thing you're looking for then is a Serenity to help you. Nothing else is going to help you in that room. Okay, pretty good. Exit's already right there, and it looks pretty okay. Resolution doesn't do me anything. I'm going to pull this right now while we continue to observe this floor. So here, there's a chest over here and a pullable enemy. There's a pullable enemy here, but I'm certainly going to need a little bit more than this. So let's try to position myself to get to this chest first, and then position myself to pull the gargoyle, and then try to get the next chest after that. So let's go this way, pull this one. It's like, oh, that's nice. 5 rooms, small. Pulling this one next. And then we're going to kind of position to get to the other room. We have an Archdemon, which probably has to go, and I'm okay fighting it. I mean, the Paralyze sucks, but we'll deal with it. We'll actually try to see if I can do something to avoid the Paralyze. It's gonna be a little bit tougher, but we'll try to do it. Gonna sneak around here for hiding room. Okay, gonna pull this one now. So here what we're gonna do is I'm gonna sprint right here. Gonna sprint away from this thing while it's doing that. Hopefully I get enough distance here. Might be able to... Ooh. Okay, good. Got far enough away from that. I needed to run on that ability so I get really far, and then it tries to do it from a far range, and then it doesn't execute it because of that. That worked out really well. I'm gonna check the chest here first before I go and get the Tauruses over here. Check. Fortune. Using it. Okay, pull him. 33 minutes into the 7th floor, making really good time here. If I had a triple debuff, would I always Serenity? It will depend. Let me think of an example of a triple debuff that I'd be willing to fight through. Gloom, damage down, auto heal. I'll fight that. I don't know if that combination can actually happen. No item Gloom is probably going to already be a good enough one for me to try to Serenity, but there definitely can be triples that I would be willing to fight through. Pretty good here. This chest is free, so I'm gonna go for this one now. Even if it's a Mimic, it's fine. It's a steal, which is good, because my steal just dropped. So, again, don't be afraid of Mimics. See, in this case, what was I saying earlier? Dealing with a Mimic after the exit open is bad, because you want to kill a Mimic when it's contributing to the exit. But we had a little bit of a low kill count here, and I didn't have access to that room until the very end. So, and we've, again, snowballed our time in the good direction. So we have time to burn even if I get a Mimic, you know? There's nothing bad, there's nothing necessarily bad about that. You're just kind of weighing, you know, risk and reward kind of situation. But we've given ourselves a nice buffer to allow us that quote-unquote mistake or that quote-unquote situation. Okay, gonna run away from this thing again. Go a max distance here. Max distance. And, oh, come on, man! You got too close, that feels bad. Worked the first time, didn't work the second time. Okay. I'm like in the middle of this entire floor, so let's go this way first. That is the exit. So what I want to do is I want to maybe sneak the chest and take the torsos with me, and then try to drag it across the map. I may get the imp on this movement. Nope. I'm gonna kind of wait for the paralyze to go through here. I want to check this chest early. Like, I don't want to open the exit and then boom. It's a Mimic, right? This is gonna be a little annoying. I might hit a trap here, but that's okay. Holding. Alteration. Popping a potion just in case. Okay. Now we're gonna take this with me. He's gonna stop first, though. Get a little angry with the roar. Okay, now let's go. Careful with this aggro. It's a little tight, actually, so I'm gonna have to stay here. I can go behind the Soul Flare, though. Let's go behind the Soul Flare. Oh, nope, not doing that. Okay, going this way. Right, just kidding. Take the alteration that I just used. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to not pull anything. I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna stay with the favorable enemies for now to keep the risk low, but this one just became unfavorable. However, I'll pull the Gargoyle. I should be able to pull it without the Soul Flare. Now I'm kind of trying to see that room to see if there has to be something there that could be like a little bit more nicer to pull, or if there's a chest in there. Not seeing anything at the moment. There could be something behind that pillar that I can't see. I still might make my way over there, but we don't have great options. It's basically Soul Flares or Imps right now. So I'll probably make my way towards the exit. We can make it through now. Popping a potion. Didn't have much kiting room there, so... there is a chest. Okay, so let's pop a imp first. Let me get rid of one of the imps here, since I'm gonna go for that chest after this. 30 minutes on the clock now, but we have so much time. Holding. Toy Blizzard. Waiting, waiting, waiting. Okay, good. I'm gonna hang in this room for now. Gonna wait for that imp to move so I can check that chest. Okay, checking the chest now. Again, this is a room that I'm okay with doing this, as long as I hug the wall. Checking. Sights. Okay, that's good. Alright, so let's try to get closer to the exit. I mean, I only have Soul Flare, so it really doesn't matter what I pull. But what I may actually try to do here, this one has to come with me. What I was going to do was I was going to get to the exit first, and then kind of clear the exit, then work that way. But this thing just went in my way, so... Gonna make sure I have a potion here. Gonna stay in close now because of that drain, that soul drain right there. Let me get to Mind Blast. I can sneak behind this imp. Oh, it's not dead yet. Sneak behind this imp first. Oh, almost hit that one a little tight. Okay, Alteration, which I did already use. So let's pull the Soul Flare focus here. If then I need another kill, it'll be the imp. If I need another kill, I'll do the things behind me. Staying up close to the soul for the Mind Blast. Gonna Tactician for the Soul Drain. Drain Touch. Pulling Soul Drain. Alright, just maintain damage here. Time is exceptionally good. Again, didn't do anything spectacular here. If anything, the reason why I have so much time is just because we got to the chest, used what the game gave me, didn't see a rage, didn't see too many strength. I actually only used one strength here, didn't really... Oh, I think I did keep this... No, I think we just got steel all day, right? So I didn't really re-up the strength, so... This is just off of Machinist's pure raw damage here, with this much time. I mean, ideally you want about 8 minutes on the boss, or like you can get away with like 6 with like a lust and strength, but... We have 20-minute buffer right now, you know? And this is where, like, the more and more you get ahead on time, the more comfy you can feel. Now you can kind of sit back, relax, be a little bit picky on your pulls, you know. Actually take some time navigating through the forest, everything. So. And now, this is the 9th floor, and we had talked about this on the previous set. I will want to take the effort, check all the rooms, because if we pick up a strength and or steel leading into the boss, that's huge. Huge if we can do that. And so this is the one floor that I may take a little bit longer on to make the effort to try to check these rooms. So definitely keep that in mind as you're going through. Checking the chest now, witching. Actually, witching is really good here. I'm gonna pull this. I'm actually gonna wait maybe 2 or 3 water casts, hit the witching, so I can hit multiple players here, and maybe get away with actually killing this one and the next one. Oh no, not that one. Okay. Oh, I hit him. Damn. That was my bad. That was incorrect tab targeting. So I want to be careful here now. So there goes that original plan. I'm just gonna have to deal with this one. But this should die before the other one. Okay, good. So, I wasn't going to be able to get the other one regardless, because the witching is going to wear off now, but I do have to pick up that thing. So I'm going to take this with me. That was a little bit of a miss-hit on my targeting there, that's why that happened. Now I have to camp here, because this imp is looking right at me. I would prefer not to fight it, because I do have a better target. There are Corrigans all the way over there, because we did alter, so I want to get their priority. I have to wait for this Devilet to move, though, before I can make that happen. And the other thingy here is a little close. Okay. Now the Tauruses may aggro, but at least he's like easy to deal with. I'm gonna go to this next room first because we may not need any more kills past this. Plus, I want to get to that. I want to get to the. The chest too. Okay. Opening. Steal. Ah, we got a steal into the boss. That is brilliant. So now we open the exit, so we're just gonna go and get to the exit now. And that's exactly what I was talking about. Like that is a huge benefit. And now I could probably get away with the boss. Hold on. Did I safety this? No. I can get away with the boss by simply just doing a lust now with the steel that we have on, but we have to get to the boss with enough time, of course. This Devilet's being a problem. This Soulflow is also being a problem a little bit, because I can't sneak behind the Devilet. Well, I could. May hit a trap here, but I'd be willing to risk it a little bit. Good. I gotta go the long way for this Soul Flare because he's guarding the corner there. We should still be able to down the boss in time, even though I lost about a minute here. Now we're walking to the boss with 24 minutes. Now, if you can keep up with this pace, whew, you're looking good. You know, keep up with this pace, you're looking real good. But even if you're down to even walking in here with 14, that's still exceptional. I think that's one of the most common things that I remember hearing. Let me deal with this boss first. No strength, lust. Did not get the lust back, by the way. I remember having a couple newer players coming at me, and they're like, "Man, I'm really worried about time. You know, I got to this boss like 130, 140 with so much time, and then I'm walking into like 150 with only like, you know, about 10 minutes left. I'm only walking here with like 10 minutes left. It's like, I feel like time's weird." And it's funny because, okay, your perspective is not wrong. I mean, yeah, the earlier floors are gonna have like maybe 20 plus minutes, but 10 minutes is like really nice going into, like, you're beating the boss with 10 minutes remaining, then you're looking excellent. So even with 14 minutes, even going 10 minutes slower here, 14 minutes into this boss is very good. I think the only thing that would be bad is anything under 10. Especially if you walk into the 9th floor with like 10 minutes, that's gonna be not that great, you know? So, yeah, like, I would say anything above 12 minutes is going to be certainly still at a really good pace into this boss, and really any boss, even, like, all the bosses moving forward. If you can walk into all the bosses with about 12 minutes and above, you're looking really, really good. We're going to maintain this damage on this boss. Again, we kind of went into detail with this one in the tutorial. I will just be looking for these open spots. We're going to stay in motion as well to avoid puddles. But you're going to see how we deal with this with only the steel on and the lust. We should down this no problem. If I have to, I can deal with this boss a little bit without steel. Gotta keep that potion rolling. I kind of dropped my potion there. I can deal with this boss a little bit without steel. Definitely don't recommend it, especially if you haven't ever dealt with this boss without. Well, you probably wouldn't, and I definitely don't ever suggest doing this without steel. I did try to do this boss without steel just for experimental purposes, and we only got it to about I think 70% before I lost all my healing, and then we just died. So this thing trucks you. Just make sure you maintain your healing very well in this boss. Moving around this circle, and what's important is that you stay away from the puddle. If you actually at a standstill, then the puddle comes down, you will take that extra dot, and you don't have that many healings to go by. You know, I'm gonna try my best to not use that second win in the max potion here, the super potion in this case. Just because if we get into like a big like crit fest from the boss, then I want to have those ready, or if we make some catastrophic mistake, at least I have a heal ready for an emergency. So you'll definitely see me try to hold those heals as long as possible. Taking the knockback here so that he can try to travel to me at full duration. All this time he's getting to me, he's not doing any damage. You could also, you know, use your sprint every so often to mitigate if like damage is getting a little high. But we just maintain the kiting here. Okay, do this reassemble. Now bear in mind with this boss, I kind of demonstrated earlier that you can kind of, oh, I dropped my potion again. There is a lot of openings with the orbs. You don't have to find like the precise opening spot that I think is directly behind me. Every single orb here will have an opening in between. A little tighter than some, but you will have an opening. So, you know, if you don't see that kind of, that really nice open spot that's in one side of the arena, because maybe you parked the puddle in there, just try to look for two orbs and just aim that geometry in between. The knockback is roughly the distance of like half the room. So if anything, it would be good to kind of get the boss like a little bit more middle, and then kind of angle it in any direction that's free. Because if you kind of have the boss here, then you try to knock back across the room, it may get a little tricky because you may land on top of the circle. Now you do have a little bit of time when the orbs go off. So actually, let me position this way. Watch the explosion of the orbs. There's a little bit of time to move out if you kind of get knocked into the AoE. But I would say if you like get knocked directly dead center into the AoE, I don't think you're making it out without a sprint. So sprint might save you if for some reason you got a really bad angle. But sometimes even like lag will, like if you it will snapshot after a certain point on the ability. So like even if you're like moving in a circle, it may kind of change the angle a little bit than you think you got hit with. So if you kind of get that situation, it might be good to sprint if you're unsure. I won't demonstrate that right now, but trust me, you can probably get out with a sprint going on. And the explosions on the orbs are consistent, unlike the 60 boss, where sometimes the orbs will go sooner or later, a little RNG, but these ones will blow up pretty much at roughly the same time. I dropped my potion again, I'm gonna heal. That's me yapping all the time, I'm missing that potion. I'm also trying to go at full duration, you know, as opposed to doing it every 15, so that's also part of it too. So we're at 15% here. I still have maybe over a minute on my steel, so we're looking pretty good. The lust was definitely necessary to kind of bridge the time a little bit, because we had lost about a minute on my steel trying to get to the exit, but at least it's still a free steal. I mean, look at our palms right now. Outside of the lust, which we haven't seen yet, we're free of everything. And that is definitely comforting going into the next set, that once again, you don't have to go too crazy. I mean, we're going to open with a strength again. That's definitely happening. But we don't have to go too crazy with other things. And as long as we kind of move at a similar pace like we did 151, and try to get to the boss with an ample amount of time, it does give you a lot of options to kind of slow down a little bit, and to kind of fight through things that you may not necessarily want to, or if the situations were flipped and you were running out of time, that you now have to use it. Like a really good example was the floor that we had the ability down and item down. Like if my time was a lot worse there than it was, I would have Serenity, because I knew that that was going to eat up time. But in this case, because we had so much time, I was willing to fight through it to let that floor absorb some of the time. So there you go, 18 minutes left on the clock. Finishing 160, that's the pacing. We didn't get anything spectacular here, so that's 151 to 160. 161 to 170 here. Plan of action here. This floor set, the thing that I'll be most concerned about is actually the last half, because the last half is going to be filled with a lot of proximity enemies. Our pulling will be a lot more strategy in terms of how we pull things and when we pull things. So here, even though we've been going through this rule of like don't pull past the exit, you know, try to keep your kills to a minimum, you probably will find yourself overkilling just because you are fighting your way to an exit because there are so many proximity and then there's still proximity, you know, so that's gonna happen. So if you do like a really good job in the first half and get ahead on time, it'll probably help you moving into the second half going on. So think of it that way, but we'll see how we do in this floor set. This is actually a floor set that for a lot of jobs, I will actually start to fall behind in time. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but we'll see how today's one goes. So let's hop on in. Again, we're continuing to not use food here just because we're kind of respecting free trial. Before we enter, make sure you check your sustaining potions and your potions. And also, I had said this in the live tutorial, but if it's your first time up here, definitely consider raising. I think here you can still consider raising, unless you're consistently getting it to like 171, 181, then maybe hold on to the raising. But definitely, I would say this floor is definitely like on the kind of borderline of like popping or raising to kind of continue, especially if the enemies are a little bit shaky on your end. Opening fortune is pretty good. Let's begin. Okay, so these two enemies here I don't need to deal with because they're shoved into the right side, so I can pass on them. I could kill them, but there's no need to pull them because they're just over there. Now this alligator over here actually is currently not an issue, so I'm gonna pass him too, even though he would be a good pull. Okay, Landworm. So let's start with the Landworm. Why are we gonna start here? Well, they're by the exit, and they're a little bit close to the exit. Not to mention, one of them was looking in the direction that I wanted to go to. So it would be a good idea to wipe these out, plus they're a lot easier. I'm actually gonna make my way across this room first. I'm still kind of stopped by this patrol. I can't really go any further right now. So if anything, I'd probably pull the other Landworm so the exit is nice and clear. Now, if I haven't mentioned it before, respawns are every 5 minutes up in pallets. So once you enter the floor, 5 minutes later, you'll get a respawn. So as long as we kind of can maybe kill under 5, or just kind of make sure that, you know, we're kind of cognizant of it and we kind of stay in the hallway when 5 minutes are up, it's good. Now, you can certainly have like some like personal timer if you want to keep track of the 5 minutes. You can do some like fancy macros if you want to do that. The first floor is a lot easier because you just look at like, you know, 60 minus 5, boom, 55 is the first pull. But this will be a little bit more important on the later floors as you take kind of longer and longer to kind of get through a floor. But it is one thing to kind of keep in the back of your head right now. Now, we have the patrol that's going to be coming back. I have two really nice pulls over here. So I'm going to wait for the patrol to kind of get on out of here, and then I pull the next two up here. Okay, waiting. It is a side aggro, so I can just kind of... he's kind of angled a little bit weird. Pull this one. Now, if I clear up the two of these guys, then I need another pull. Then I'm going to pull the croc who's going to be next. If I need one after that, then there's going to be an alligator in the room that I had just passed. But kind of keeping track of that too is really good. To kind of have already an option of what you're pulling. And we don't want to wait on the pull. I mean, I could get that bronze chest. That bronze chest is not something I need to check before I open the exit, right? Because it's never going to be a mimic. The gold chest you do want to get to early because they could be mimics. That's why it's important to check the gold chest beforehand, but this one I can wait till after, you know, in case I need a posture and so on and so forth. Okay, gonna check it now, then I'm gonna pull the croc after this. That's a good posture, you know, especially if you're kind of needing a handful of runs to probably get your clear. That contributes to your next run, you know. Croc is having a problem trying to keep up with me. I'm actually going to start to bring him to the area that I would want another pull. So I'm going to go here already. And we do need another pull, which is fine. I'm going to pull the alligator here. I like to call it an alligator because it looks like one. Call it Sarco as well. Gonna check this bronze chest while I'm at it. Again, I mentioned this in the previous floor set, and we'll try to mention it again here. If you see me going through a room like this, without really any care for traps, it's because I'm confident I will not hit a trap. There will be certain rooms where I'll be cautious with, and I'll try to mention that about me going through the room. But if you see me moving through rooms like this, it's because I know I'm not worried about trap. Okay, need another kill. This is honestly very typical 161, I'm not gonna lie. In terms of like getting off here, I've spent a lot of runs where like this is just ending up becoming like a little bit of a high kill count. So this is definitely, I think, a lot more than it was on 151. But it's okay. Now here, I kind of missed my navigation here a little bit, because I should have been moving towards the other room in the assumption I need another kill, which I did. So now I have to work all the way around. And this is, I mentioned this at the beginning, I think, of 141 plus, where like, you know, you kind of want to watch, I think 151, where you kind of want to watch that kind of movement, that you don't want to have to travel through the entire map just to get another pull. You kind of want to favor your movement so that if you do have to do another pull, you're kind of right there and right on top of it. And granted, I have this patrol that's floating around too, but, you know, you kind of want to care about that movement. Gonna do that first, just for mitigation. Gonna move around here. Okay, we're out. Good. Had a fortune, but nothing dropped. Go figure. Alright, 5 minutes into the first floor. About to get a respawn, but we're out of here before that happens. Okay, now, unlike 151 plus, where I was kind of advertising that floor to have like a lot of debuffs, which it didn't have as much as it could have. We did have that one, we had a Gloom HP up, and I think we had that ability down and no item floor. You're not going to typically see a lot of debuffs coming out of this room. I mean, it's still possible, but won't be surprised if you don't see too much here. So it is going to be kind of coming down to just your kill choices and your kill speed as you move through. So here I wanted to take care of that Lindworm first, just because it may open the exit, open the room here. Definitely want to get access to the chest. I think it was really close to the chest earlier. Steel is fantastic, but again, we're going to do the thing like we did earlier, where we delay the usage of the steel until I leave the floor, because everything here I can deal with without too much of a problem. So it would be unnecessary for me to steal for this. Now, the next floor could be Gloom. The next floor could be, you know, HP down, and therefore the steal would be better, because the steal might even mitigate a Serenity, you know? So we're going to delay the usage of the steel first. Gotta worry about this patrol, and more than likely I have to pull the croc, so I'm going to hold my burst here for a sec, and kind of unleash on the croc a little bit more, especially with my sprint going on. Sprinting, pulling. Okay, we kind of have a full burst here, which is really nice. Okay, that's his double attack there. I gotta worry about the patrol coming in, which it is coming in. I'm actually gonna go now, because I can get behind it like this. Perfect. So now it's gonna go in that direction, which I have no business for anymore, and I have access to this room. Gonna pull this one now. May have to pull the croc again. Gonna actually use my camera angle to see if there's anything I could see without aggroing this croc. And I see a Lindworm, I see another alligator, so we have at least 2 more pulls. Unless I decide to pull this croc that's over here as well. Keeping that potion going right now, because the HP is a little bit low. Gonna heal again. I'm not really using too much kiting here. Okay, gonna pop this silver in case it explodes, which it does not. If it exploded, I would take that croc at low HP. Just open with this, like, open with a leg graze, and then kind of work that way, so we can kind of get a little bit of a faster kill, but didn't get it to explode. Checking. Safety. Very good. I do have to get the steel behind me. So what I may want to do here is... let's pull this one. I'm going to chill. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to wait for that crocodile to move. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I'm going to wait for that crocodile to move, and then I'm going to check the chest. Perfect. Well, he didn't really move in a good spot, though, because I might get the Lindworm. Let's see what we got here, because I gotta go back and get the steel, which I kind of just remembered. So let me pull the Lindworm here. I'm gonna wait for the croc again. Maybe at about halfway, I'm gonna check actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring this with me. Because I may get off the floor. So now we are running the risk of probably dealing with a Mimic, but I will have the steel on, and I don't want to run all the way back after the fact. So I'm gonna get the steel that we just left over here, and then start working the exit again. So I think what I want to do is I still want to check that chest, and the exit's not open yet. So we're going to get all the way over there, check the chests, and then proceed into killing whatever else I need to get off of here. Unless, of course, it is a Mimic, and then that contributes in. Now, in this case, if if this crocodile looked at this chest, I would have changed my kill thingy. Oh, there's a steal anyway, so it's fine. Let's actually pull the croc. I'll use this room to move, and again, I have steel now, so it's gonna be a little bit more chill to fight this thing. And the opening strength is now gone, but we definitely got the most out of that strength. Good, nice opening burst. And sometimes you actually don't end up getting another strength, but it's very rare that that happens, so I'm kind of okay pushing it to 2 strength here. And since I don't get a strength, then I'll just have to just not strengthen 171, but... And the kill count here is higher, but not surprising. I'm gonna pull this one first, because I have the sprints. Kind of compensates, where 151 usually gives the higher debuff, this one will give the higher... I mean, not always, but it's giving the higher kill count right now. Ow. Okay, if I need another pull, it's a Lindworm, but I don't need it. Let's get the steel, and off we go. Continuing to not use anything and just proceeding in. We're at a current pace of 5 minutes per voice, so we're 10 minutes into the first 2. Pretty good. Again, no debuffs unless it's Gloom, because I can't hear Gloom. Okay, quick look here. No exit. No exit, but a couple guarding the chest, and no exit. Okay, so now, what I want to do here is I want to pull the Wyver. The Wyver here is kind of blocking this chest, because if I go over there, then I'm dealing him. Next pull has to probably be that Wyver over there, because that Wyver is blocking my access to get to the other room. And it also just very quickly looked like there was yet another Wyver into that area. So I'm gonna try to get over here, check this chest in combat. Be careful I don't have the Lindworm. If I get the Lindworm, then I'm gonna stop. Checking it. Switching. Okay. I'm gonna hold that just in case something bad happens. So here, I'm gonna see if I can sneak this chest, but not right now, it seems like. I'm gonna deal with the Wyver because that's a priority pull. They seem to be stuck too. They don't seem to be moving. And at the current pace, yeah, I would have had to pull that croc, but now he moved. So I'm gonna kind of fight this here. And I really want to get that chest before I get out of this area here. I'm gonna hope that the alligator does decide to move. If not, it is my next kill without hesitation. I'm not gonna wait for it to move. I do need kills to get out of here, right? Looks like it's stuck. It hasn't moved for this long. Pulling it. Alright, I'll get you unstuck. Okay. Now there's a possibility I do have to pull another alligator just to get to the next room. I'm gonna eye this room really fast to see what we got here. Looks like the Wyver will probably have to get pulled just because it's a little bit close to that left side, so even if I sneak the right side, I probably get the aggro. So that's okay. If I need to pull here, then I think I pull one of the alligators already, if that croc doesn't move, which it doesn't. So let's pull this one now, while I'm waiting. I will try to pop the chest in combat, since I do have that steel on, so take advantage. Alright. Moving through here. Checking this chest in combat now. Steal again. So, that makes it interesting. So what I may want to do here is I may want to clear up this room instead of having to sneak around this room. Because I want to clearance to get the steal and get to the exit. So we're going to pull this one now. Okay. Now, if the exit isn't open yet, I will continue killing and make my way back, because again, this is going to be a priority pull here. I have to pull this thing. I don't have to pull the other one. If the exit opens, by the way, I probably just leave. Oh, right now I don't actually have to deal with it. What? Let me check the chest in combat. Intuition, anything else here? No. Okay, so let's deal with this one, because it could give me a problem. Even though it just moved out of the way, I have to get that steal again. Okay, moving him all the way back here just because I do have to end up here anyway. I think what will happen now is after I kill this, I will pop the steal regardless if the exit's open, and then we will just kind of deal with whatever's left over. I'm gonna heal as well. I think I could sneak this without the croc aggroing, but I'm gonna wait to kill this thing first. Okay, the exit is open, and we're gonna take advantage now. Again, this floor set on the latter half could get a little spicy because of all the proximity enemies. And since, aside from the strength that we use, we haven't really used much else. So I'm kind of okay with just going through here without really checking the other rooms. Unless, again, there's something nearby, but there isn't. Because I have to fight through 2 wyverns just to get to that room. And then over here, there was nothing over here. So that's our decision to move on. Alright, so let's see what's in front of us here. No chest in this room. We have wyvern. I'm actually gonna move across the next floor. You know why here? Because I might be able to get past the wyvern right away. Now we could deal with the dino here, but I'm gonna actually deal with this one because I want access to that chest and move on. That patrol is very easy, but I kind of want to get through. This room. Now, also, I just realized that this is the exit. So, I may want to prioritize all my kills through here to make sure the exit's nice and clean. Checking this chest first now. Afterwards, gonna use that in combat. Okay. So I'm gonna hang in this room here. We're gonna pull the Mylodon next, which means the exit is going to be clear, and I can deal with anything else after that. You know, right now it's not a problem, but I know it's going to be a problem because of how small it is, so I won't hesitate on the pull here. Nothing else is behind me. I know the one patrol is going away from me right now. So this puts us at 3. I was mentioning this earlier. Average kill counts between 5 and 7. It can be lower than 5 if you're really lucky. It can be higher than 7 if you're really unlucky. But you kind of want to average there, and that kind of can help you kind of dictate, you know, do I keep pumping kills in this one area? Do I kind of clear out the exit? So in this case, because we're going to be 3 up into this floor, I would assume that maybe we're out of here in like 2 more kills, 3 more kills. So I wouldn't want to kill too much if I wanted to get to the opposite side of the room. I mean, you may even see me skip the patrol, potentially, whatever the heck it is over there. So I may want to keep the kills to a minimum here. That's a bronze shed, so I don't have to go over there. Let's pull this one. Witching. Okay. So there's nothing good in these floors, so I'm just gonna stay here and just kind of deal with the stuff that I buy here. Kind of want to make sure that I will get across this room. You can also do a little bit of silver chest checking if I want to, but it's okay. That patrol is coming, so if anything, that will be my next pull. I want to stay in this room in particular, because if the alligator turns and kind of blocks me, look at that, almost, then he becomes a little bit more of a higher priority all of a sudden. Gonna try to use the silver chest here to kind of get a little bit of a faster kill. This is like a really safe mob to do this for, too. Gonna wait for the ability to go off here, and then go into the silver. Check. No dice here. Oh, whoops. Well, that's fine. I guess I swapped my target there. It's fine. I'm gonna stay and kite this one continuously here. Gonna pop a potion once I get a chance. But this is okay. So this is why this dino would be really good to fight through, because he's just gonna be busy doing that. Good. Did have to pull this, so let's go. My targeting has been a little radical on this run so far, but it's okay. We're making up for it. Maybe it's a good thing you guys get to see something like that. Okay, so if I need another pull, it's going to be the croc. I am going to be okay fighting it. I could even kite in that room if I need to, which I probably will if that's the case. Nope, we're out. Okay, let's go. Pick up that affluence that I just used. So now checking time, 42 minutes into the 5th floor, still making really good pace here. If we can maintain this, we're going to be ahead on time, big time towards the boss. And this is all about kind of managing that time, managing those palms, and also not just like, you know, randomly just making decisions. Like, we're making like very concise choices into how we want to deal with things. Okay, so we have multiple patrols here. So I'm going to deal with this one so I can get access to that room in front of me. Gotta worry about the thing behind me. And we do have the lines, so some of the pulls are gonna be a little bit more riskier. Like, I wouldn't want to really pull this wyvern, but it is blocking me from the chest that I could possibly get to. Kind of worried about this patrol here, that's why I kind of made that motion. Right now, the wyvern would be out of my way, but the patrol is going in there. So I'm gonna go through here right now, get closer to this exit, to this chest here. I can go this way. Check this chest immediately. And I think I will go for the wyvern next, witching. And we'll leave that in there. I don't end up using that unless something bad happens. If the patrol moves in a certain way... I'm gonna pull the Mylodon. The Mylodon actually all of a sudden looked like it was a problem. The Wyvern moved out of the way, so he would have been clear. I could have checked that chest, but the Mylodon's facing me this way. Leaving the dinos alive at the moment. And as juicy of a target as they are, you know, you don't want to go too crazy if you haven't really checked the rest of the floors yet. And they're easy to dodge. They're a side aggro. Wyver. Still in a good spot, actually. I might be able to sneak behind here and get this chest without aggro. I'm gonna do it right now. Okay. It's okay if I aggro the patrol. That's not a big deal. Purity, don't need it. So let's try to get out of here. Again, not pulling yet. Gonna see what the other rooms have to offer me and then fight something else. There's a lot of patrols here. Good thing they're like the easier patrols too. Thankfully. Checking chests. Sights. That's good. Okay. 2 more chests that I could possibly check, plus a landmine. Gonna pop this one. Now we can kind of focus in on the patrols. I want to try to get to those chests that are available. That one is gonna be 1. Make sure I don't hit this thing. So I'm gonna kind of watch this room. And I'm gonna have this angle here so I can see where the enemies are moving while still trying to maintain this one too. That just moved out of the way. So I might be able to sneak it eventually. I know that there's a possible patrol coming my way, but that's not a big deal. Again, I'm observing movement here. So I'm taking this angle right now. I could sneak, and there's that patrol. Okay, since he's moving away from me, I'm actually gonna hit this one intentionally, heal through here, and get this quick kill on this one while he was moving into that area, just for a quicker kill. Not a terrible idea, huh? Pretty safe. Had a potion. I'm willing to aggro this alligator. Mimic. Now I don't want the alligator. Stay there. Okay, that's fine. Again, it's contributing to the exit, so Mimic sucks, sure, but we haven't opened the exit yet, so it's just contributing there. I needed to kill anyone. This is a little tight on the spacing to move around. I will go this way. Don't aggro. Good. Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna mitigate here. I'm gonna focus on the Mimic first. I'm gonna use this one to do its thing. I don't have kiting now, so I have to be careful. Now I do have a witching that I've left alone. So if that other patrol comes over here, then I will witching. It does not. Oh, I also didn't pay attention to the purity, but that's okay. My potion is now down. I'm gonna purity now, but I'm fine with that. I think there was probably a purity in the other room. Okay, I'm gonna check in a second. Let me see. There was. I can actually go get the purity now. I have to hope that Wyver isn't there though. Where did that patrol go? Not in the direction of the thing. So that Pox had gone off simply because I was just really focused in on like making sure that patrol didn't go in. It happens, you know. Luckily, we don't have to deal with the Pox too often on Machinist. Okay, gonna try to get that purity back, and I would like to check the last gold chest that I have not been able to yet. But we'll see if I can. I saw a crocodile that was kind of near it, so we'll see if I can get to it. Getting the purity back. Sick. If this Wyver is in my way, I'll just pull it. Nope. Okay. Getting closer to the exit. There's still another patrol floating around, but that's fine. Okay, right now, they're not blocked. Well, this one is kind of in a bad spot. I can't go to the left side, but I did sight, so I can dive in the middle, but we're okay. That could aggro. I'm gonna hang by the chest and hold. Yep, okay. So that was a nice check there. Sometimes the aggro is a little bit delayed like that. So I wanted to make sure that I was going to guarantee get the aggro or not. And that delay was precisely what that was about. Popping a potion here because I don't have much kiting room. Checking that chest. I will want to check that chest even if the exit opens because we could get something good. Holding. Okay, checking the chest now. Serenity. You came a little late, but that's fine. I think I could sneak around here, no problem. Nope. Gonna do the Serenity now. Okay. Gonna potion here, then I'm gonna do the thing. Slow ball coming in. Time check here, we're at 36 minutes. Going to the 6th floor. My rule of thumb, if you're over 30 minutes going to the 6th floor, we can maintain pace. If you're under 30 minutes, you want to go a little faster. So we are over 30 minutes and we're okay maintaining pace. I think I was maybe 6 minutes faster on 151 to 160, but that's okay. We had a little bit higher on the kill count here, so that was contributing to it. No debuff here. Oh, Gloom, though. Okay, I gotta be a little careful because I don't have Steel going. I have a Witching just in case. Triceratops, bad combination in Gloom. So be a little bit careful with our kiting and our healing here to make sure that we get through. Could Witching it, but I don't want to use it too early. Intuition. Okay, we definitely want to give this care. I'm gonna sprint. Keep the potion running. On this full, keep the potion running. He's gonna catch up to me and do some big double attacks here. There's a patrol that could be coming, I think. Okay, gonna wait you. Oh god. Healing. Almost thought my potion wasn't up there. This is gonna be a pretty dangerous thing here. If I can get out of here without the Serenity, that's huge. And again, I'm holding on to this Witching. Oh boy! I didn't have a potion running. Okay, gonna heal. Let's see. Mylodon is gonna aggro, and we have a couple nasty things like the, well, the Diplo is blocking me because that's proximity. Make sure you don't drop those heals. Okay, Gloom is definitely one situation where it will threaten you, because as good as the kiting is for Machinist, they're catching up to you on this job, you know? Because they have increased movement speed. So you want to definitely be careful. If you're not comfortable, with this floor, like this floor looks like, I don't know if I could do something like this. One, I would consider Serenity, first move. I would definitely try not to steal here. The reason why is because your steals are pretty valuable, so I would kind of chill on the steal, but I definitely would consider a Serenity here. Or you can also mitigate it a little bit with the strength, but you're still dealing with how hard things hit up here. So Serenity would be a go-to here. Also, either way, you can also, because you did buy yourself a little extra time to this floor, you could spend the time to just, like, you know, wait for your cooldowns, go a little extra cautious on your healing. Just make sure that every pull feels a little bit safer, but the enemies are going to get a little treacherous here. Gonna pull this one. These are patrols, so these are kind of priority anyway, because they're going to kind of block me. And I've already identified a Diplo that I need to pull, moving a little later. So, it's definitely going to add to the kill count. I think we're at 3 kills. Again, 5 to 7 is our average that we're aiming for. So we're still kind of within that range that we're not going to end up overkilling. Like, we wouldn't want to, like, kill all this, kill the Triceratops, you know, kill the Diplo, kill those 2 dinosaurs there, and then, like, we still haven't found the exit yet. So we have to be very kind of choosy with what our pulls are going to be. Okay, Diplo is definitely next because it's proximity. No hesitation, that is the exit that I've identified now. Alright, so I'm gonna pull it back to spawn right now. Even though I've kind of identified that I didn't really hit a trap on the Stonehedge rim, I'm still gonna be a little cautious. Now I can bring it back now. I gotta watch my HP here. Okay, we're okay here. I'm not gonna proceed past this room right now. Okay, exit is open. I'm gonna check this chest really fast. I don't think I'm gonna try to risk anything else. Now, we're gonna be kind of trigger happy with the Witching, just in case I hit a trap potentially here, which we did not, so we're clear. Can't get to that chest because they're both blocked by the proximity. I was kind of teasing that earlier, that the proximity enemies are gonna be annoying, and, you know, some of them are, so... Okay, now we went from Gloom to HP up, so that's nice. Mimic, fine, no problem. No problem, just don't miss the pocket time. chest over there that's free to pick up, so I'm not gonna pull anything from that room. A flying bird here that I will... There's a bunch of them, actually. And there's a chest I could get sneaked over there, too. So let me try to kill this Mimic, check the chest, and then pull the patrol. Now, there is a trap here that can be like one step off the wall, so you really want to make sure if you're going through this room in particular that you're hugging that wall as tightly as possible. Or wait till you kill something then move through, but there's like literally one step off the wall. There could be one on that left side. Definitely got burned by that before, because like an intuition could spawn there too, and it's just a bad combination, you know? Keeping the potion rolling here. That bird is still there. After this one, I'm checking this chest. I'm checking what's up there, and then I'm checking that chest. 30 minutes into the 7th floor, still looking really great on time. Not really getting too much. I haven't seen a rage in a while, which is really a good thing for you guys, you know. I can sneak this chest right now, actually. I probably will pull the Diplo anyway, because they could come back. Okay, that's nice. Trap of... Ooh, that's not a bad one. Okay, I can get a little bit of an easy kill on the Mylodon. Kind of help us a little bit of the time. Doing the Mukin here. Okay, that's only... Oh, that's a dead end. Okay, this is a small room. Okay, so if I need another pull... What is this chest again? Oh, witching, okay. Popping potion here. I'd probably pull the bird just so it stops becoming a problem. Okay, currently the Diplo's in a spot where if I try to go for the chest, I will aggro, but it had been showing that it would get out of my way. So we'll give it some time there. Oh, I'm typing, whoops. We'll give it some time there. I won't check it in combat though, but... Oh yeah, it did move. So now let's go over there, check the chest. Nice, we're out. Affluence, yes please. And there was nothing else good here, so I'm gonna go straight to the exit. Now I was gonna consider hitting a landmine to hit the Mylodon to get another quick kill like we did earlier, but it is unnecessary, so we just go. 28 minutes into the 8th floor, looking really good on time. Even though we're going definitely slower than we were earlier, it's still really, really good pacing right now. Again, I do want to stress that this is just pull optimization, movement optimization, not really getting fortunate with the pomanders at all. Like, not crazy, right? So this is just off of just, you know, your player's skill to get this happening. I'm popping that right away. A lot of times I was mentioning, oh, you know, delaying the steal, but here's a little bit of extra bit and extra thought process here. What's the most useful time to have a steal at this moment? Going into the 8th floor, going to the 9th floor, you'd like to have a steal into the boss, right? So steal for the bosses are going to be great. You have to pretty much have steal for the boss. Well, debatable. Anyway, you'd want to have steal for the boss, especially if you're a new time runner. However, we will not get to the boss fast enough from this floor. So even if I kill this floor really fast, I still have to kill the next floor. So more than likely the steal is going to go away. So essentially, I'm now planning the steal to be useful for this floor and the next floor, and then we'll figure out what's happening in the boss. So that's one reason why I used that right away. Not to mention it was a fresh floor, as opposed to like, let's say I was mostly done with this floor, and then I found the steal, then I may be a little bit like, okay, let's wait till we get to the next floor, right? Because it's like you already dealt with this room without the steal, may as well continue to do so. Unless, of course, your options were great, you know, like, so let's say we only left a whole bunch of Triceratops, and, okay, that really helps with time. That flight was very timely, so that will cut the amount of kills we need by half, and now we will definitely zoom through that last place. That's really good. So now we're still making really good time here. So now we're just gonna make our way through to see where the exit is. These enemies right here on the right, don't need to deal with them, even if they were like the really easy pulls, because they're not blocking me from anything. They're not blocking a chest, they're not blocking my pathway. This one is a priority because it's proximity, and no matter what, this has to die, so we're gonna take care of this first. Won't check the chest in combat at the moment. There is a bronze chest over there, and there is a chest up. There's actually two chests up there. Okay. Oh, because I affluence, right? Okay, makes sense. Checks out. Okay. Mylodon hasn't moved in a bit. Oh, there he goes. I willed it into existence. So I would want to probably pull in Mylodon to have access to this. Oh, nope. That's why we check the chest now. Mimic it is. Infatuation. Okay, so yeah, that's a bronze chest, so I could pass on it for now and just focus my attention to the room to the south. Now, if the exit opens right now, I will just leave. You know, all we're kind of looking for, which is interesting, it's a lust, which does make this into a fascinating decision here. I will not use that lust if we get to the boss because I need it for Behemoth. And which does make it interesting because now I would probably want to have a Shining Steel for the boss, because it might get a little dicey for the 170 boss if I don't have a lust and I only run with steel. Checking the chest here. Ah, well, we got another steel. I'm actually going to aggro the Mylodon on purpose here, which is fine. If that was a mimic, then I guess I can deal with it, especially with the steel on. So at least I know what this floor is going to be. So I want to make sure that this exit is clear. So all of my kills... Ooh, you dropped something. All of my kills right now will be contributing to this floor to make sure that I get that steel nice and clear. Because this Mylodon is not necessarily giving me too much of a problem. Unless it starts looking in this direction, then it will be a problem. So priority kills here will be these Mylodons here so I can take that steel. But now I gotta check this chest because I don't know what this is. I didn't see a drop. Checking it. Sight. Ooh, sight. Okay, checking. Exit is open. So now, this Mylodon is looking straight into this chest. So I'm gonna vibe a little bit. That is a frog trap. He should move soon. There you go. Perfect. Thank you for that time. Opening. Good. And this was the site. Ooh, but now he's looking at the... he's kind of looking at the exit. Let me see how this looks. This could be an aggro. This is an aggro. Okay, so I'm just going to chill, I think. I think we're gonna vibe. We're gonna wait for him to... Well, you know, we'll just kill it. He's definitely gonna aggro there because I think the conal angle looked like it was going to be there. So it may as well just kill it. I mean, basically my burst was available, so he's gonna die pretty quickly. I could have just waited for it, but it is an easier enemy to fight anyway, so not a big deal. And I think he had just moved by the time I was gonna come here. Alright, let's go. 23 minutes into the 9th floor with a flighted floor. We'll probably get out of here with 20 minutes into the boss. A little slower than the previous set, as it probably should be. But we're still making exceptional time. You definitely would be happy with anything over about 10 minutes. Even like 12 minutes would still be kind of like a really good spot. Anything past 12, you're looking at Yulunggu going really fast. You know, you don't want to get into the boss with less than 8. Especially taking into consideration your strength and how long the boss... I mean, generally the bosses will last like the strength and steel duration. Machinist probably does it in about 5.5, if not less than that. But bear in mind, we don't have the lust because we haven't seen one in a minute. I'm gonna pull a Diplo here. So the Diplo may be a problem if I wanted to check that room that was to the east. And I still don't know where the exit is, so that could be even where the exit was. The bird is coming in, so I want to mine that one. Now, there's multiple rooms here, so the bird probably goes first, and then I probably pull the Triceratops next, because I want to get to this chest. So both of these Triceratops are going to be a problem, based on their current positions, because they're both blocking things that I want to get to. I'm going to pull this one first now. And I could also start moving my way through this room. So I'm gonna hug this wall very tightly to make sure that we don't get any traps or whatever. Be very close here. I have a potion running. I do want to get this reveal to see what it is and if there's a chest in here. There is... the exit is in here. Okay, so also the two enemies here are not proximity, and they're not blocking the exit right now, so I can kind of trust that at some point I'll be able to sneak past them. So now my priority pulls here are going to be clearing up the Triceratops so I can get to the chests that are over here. So, oh, actually that room just cleared up, so I'm gonna take advantage of this one for now. Maybe out of here and one more kill. Mimic. Okay, fine. Again, that's why we're checking them. That's why I want to check them before the exit opens. Another a showcase here of Stonehedge, which could have a trap kind of where that Triceratops is currently standing. So note there, the Triceratops in its current position would probably aggro. So I'm not going to take a risk and just fight the Mimic here. And maybe get lucky that it moves. Otherwise, I will after this kill move through that section. And then if we take the Triceratops, it's fine because I only have one thing on me. And I already walked that path to try to see if there was a trap, and we're good. Okay, it did move, which is great. So now what I want to do here is that chess is actually looking to be free. But I may have to do the Archaeosaur. We'll see. Let me check the chest right now. Steal into the boss. Okay, so I'm going to clear this guaranteed. And now the reason becomes, like, we want to make sure that that pathway to the exit is as clear as possible. So right now, it doesn't look like that Triceratops actually is going to give me a problem. So what I want to do is, if I need more kills, is I'm going to clear the exit, because the exit could be a little bit of an issue, right, if they turn into a bad spawn. So those will be my next couple kills. Now, even if the exit opens here, I may do it regardless, because it looks like I'm going to have to fight through here. But we do have the Witching. I'm going to use the Witching here. I'm going to pull this one only. And that might be enough to be able to get through to the exit without too much of a problem. And I was waiting on that Witching in case something, like if I wanted to pull the Triceratops, I was going to probably use the Witching there. But now the Triceratops has actually cooperated, so I can kind of ignore the Triceratops, and both of them kind of cooperated with me checking those chests. Hopefully he doesn't move towards it. What did I say? Well, that's actually still okay. It looks like he's more dead middle, so I can probably still get that chest pretty cleanly. Watching my HP here just in case. Picking up this Witching now, and then going for the steal. So I wanted to get the Witching later because that was Donut Room. And I didn't want to run into a situation where even though I had walked to the chest and we were clear, that we just hit a trap anyway. So now we have a fresh steal going into the next floor. But I think I'm just going to go with just the steal and nothing. I don't want to lust. Again, don't want to lust, because we need lust for the boss. So we'll go with the fresh steal. Now here, he's a little bit of a problem. I'm going to sneak behind him right now. Should be able to sneak past, yes. Unless he turns around, which he did. I'll rip that chest, I'm not going to get it, but that's okay. And we are going into the boss with 19 minutes. Definitely a lot of time here. That's good. I'm going to deal with this boss straight up. I'm going to pull right away. Going to try to hold on to that strength. This boss is possible without steal. And what I'm kind of banking on right now is that by the time my steal does wear off, assuming maybe it does during this fight, that I will just be able to kite the rest of it along the way, right? So that's what we're kind of going to be aiming for. So this will be a big, we're going to be doing what I like to call the NASCAR strat, or the Mario Kart strat, whichever is going to be a better version for you to go for. Basically, every time he drops a puddle, we're going to be going in a giant circle, although the circle will start small and slowly expand. I'm going to take the weight here. When he does his next tank buster, the douse, I'm going to hit the sprint right about here. Gonna get the AoE, and then I'm gonna run through the puddle. The puddle does not do damage to me at all. It only buffs the boss. I'm gonna park my butt right over here. He's gonna plant. Get a small hit on, but just fine. Gonna move away from the circle, and then we rinse and repeat on this fight for the movement here. Now, the only tricky part is that it's kind of like steadily inconsistent in terms of how you make the movement. Like, you have to make the circle, like, you have to start it pretty tight. Because of the weight, because you obviously can't make the wide circle, but as that weight diminishing return keeps getting shorter and shorter, you can make the circle wider and wider to maintain the kiting. And that's what we're going to do. So here I'm going to make an even wider circle here because I'm going to lose it right now. Ideally, what you want to go for is you want the AoE to drop kind of near-ish, like right around here or close to the puddle, and then you run through the puddle and then park right at the corner, and that's how we can kind of get these nice little stacks. Certainly not what do you call it? A mandatory thing to do. It just keeps the arena very clean so that you can move around. But this is just an example of how this strategy works out. Now, we're not getting the weight here, so I'm going to be making a pretty wide circle here to give him some time to be able to chase me and then plant the AoE. Because I don't want to go into the... I don't want to obviously have him in the puddle and have the haste buff while he's casting the AoE. Okay. Staying here, waiting for him to do the thingy. Right about there. Moving around. maintaining. So here again, if my steel drops, I'm gonna be okay with this. I've done this without steel a handful of times now, and as long as I do this strategy in particular, we can do this without steel. If you do the kind of the old school strategy of kind of going slowly around in a circle, planting, stopping, planting, that cannot be done without steel. You're gonna take too much damage. So this strategy, NASCAR, Mario Kart, is the ideal one to do for the damage mitigation, because you're able to mitigate so much damage with all this kiting. There's the heavy. I'm gonna make the circle tight here. Go dive into the bit here. Gonna sprint right about here. Gonna pop a potion because I forgot to do so. Yay me. We're okay though. Okay, getting into the circle here. Gonna be literally in it, which is fine. He doesn't do too much damage on his auto attack. His damage is way more when he's in the puddle and then doing these kind of tank buster moves. Okay, getting the puddle in here. Again, keeping this arena nice and clean, not making it complicated, making the circle bigger and bigger as we go along. Doing the potion, parking my AoE right about here. Okay, good. Halfway through for the fight, and my steel is a little past halfway, but it's okay. Saving the strength for the next floor. Again, with the live tutorial guide, that's gonna be done by like floor set, right? Here's what is on this floor set. Here's what you have to deal with. But with this type of run, you know, especially when you're looking at this type of tutorial, this type of guide, everything does connect with each other. It isn't just about the enemies. It isn't just about, you know, resolving mechanics, if you will. How you kind of carry your palms into each individual floor set will make a difference. So now, because we didn't end up using the strength here, and we won't re-up the steel, that's something that we can now use on the next floor. It opens some doors. Like, you know, I was mentioning earlier on this floor, and you kind of saw it on the previous floor set. Like, we were delaying the steel until we finished the floor, and then what happened the next floor is like gloom, you know. So if you're able to do that on like a nice clean floor, and then have the steel coming in for a future floor, you don't know what the debuffs are, and all of a sudden it's like a much more difficult floor, that's really useful, you know. So now we're walking in with probably that, with that strength, with the strength and the steel at 3, which I could start with the strength, and we'll have a good opening start, a good opening 8 minutes of going 30% faster in reality. The circle is getting is progressively shifting around the clock a little bit. It's fine. I mean, you know, it's no real precise strat as long as you're staying alive. That's important. Now, the steel is at 1 minute, which means it's less than 2 minutes at the moment. So it looks like I'm gonna have to deal with some of this fight without the steel. And I want to make sure that all my cooldowns are available. So I want to make sure that all my healing is here. I want to make sure that all of my tactician is available, just in case we need to do some extra heals for this kiting. Okay, making a wide circle here. Parking here, and then going into the thingy. It's actually a perfect spot right here. Boom! Look at that plants. I think I have one more without the weight, and then we're gonna get weighted again. 14% with steel to steel coming in. Okay, 1 minute on the steel, less than 1 minute. Definitely gonna deal with some of this fight without the steel, but again, I've done this before now twice, I think, up to this point. Probably gonna be more after that. We'll definitely be able to be okay. I'm confident that I can do it. Now, if you're not confident, I would definitely consider doing the steel again. If you're gonna see the execution of it, and I do have an entire attempt without steel, that does not look comfy for you, just pop a steel. You could have also, in retrospect, you could have just done the strength, and you would have definitely cleared in time. See the timing here? Like, okay, we're at 23 seconds with this thing at 4%. Like, the entire steel was definitely more than enough. So, if you're kind of feeling a little iffy with your steel going down, maybe your damage is not, you know, as good, you're kind of like okay on the rotation, just strength, you know, get the strength here so you don't have to use that secondary steel. 6 seconds. We actually did kill it within the time, which is amazing. Yep, boom. Alrighty, that's the Serpent down. Palms are looking pristine, except that Lust. That Lust is at 1, that's why I held it, because we have to have 1 for Behemoth, but everything looks pretty good. So that is 161 to 170 in the books. Let's go. Welcome to the 171 set to 180. This is Behemoth, AGDQ set, as we were in AGDQ 2023, which honestly I'll never stop talking about because I was so happy about that moment. Now, what's going to be interesting about going into here, right? So you're in this video because you're looking for time management, you're looking for pomander management, and this is also trying to lead you into the possible clear. And this is a video that is going to be more about cleaning up your attempts. Like, let's say you're going through, you've learned everything, but you're still having a little bit of trouble with time. This is where you go to this video. Now, with that being said, one thing I had suggest in the live tutorial is the idea of trying to do Behemoth with a double dip, especially if it's your very first time in Behemoth, and how stressful Behemoth could be, how much nerves Behemoth can produce. It's not a terrible idea to walk into there with like 20 minutes, sacrifice things if you need to get there with 20 minutes, and then trying to see like, okay, maybe you fail the first go around, or you have a second attempt. It's gonna be a huge amount of progress. If you're coming to look at this video and you're coming to look at this point of your run, we're not planning for that. You know, you're hopefully at a point where either A, you're confident with Behemoth, or B, you've killed it a couple times. So now the plan here is to get into there, you know, without doing anything extra. Now, it is possible to walk into Behemoth even with like time-saving stuff and proper pomander management, that you actually walk in there with 20 minutes anyway, but we're not going to definitely try to sacrifice things to make it happen, right? So we're going to see how the game kind of organically deals with it, and then what we get organically, and try to get to that boss. But basically, the plan of action here is to get to Behemoth with one singular attempt, and to mitigate as much as we can in terms of pomander usage. Now here, one thing that will also kind of open the door to, two really important things. If you see Sasquatches, they're dying, they're going out. You have to prioritize those pools as much as possible, because they probably will be blocking so many entrances. So you have to hopefully be comfortable with pulling Sasquatches without steel, unless it's like gloomed or something. And Anzus are killable with Shankthon, but we're still gonna try to avoid them. But there can be a lot of time loss waiting for things to get out of the way. So one of the better ways to kind of save time in general is to kind of be like, nope, I'm pulling that thing right now, I'm not gonna wait. So that's what we're gonna try to do as well. And that's probably why we were also saving so much time in the previous 2 sets, 3 sets, is because we were very kind of quick on those pulls and very concise in our decisions. So something to keep in mind leading to this floor set. Again, we'll do a little check here. Check your food if you're using food. Again, I'm not using food only because we're also respecting free trial. If you just don't want to go for food, that's fine. But if you do have food, anything above 540, make sure you do your potion, sustaining potion check, and your healing potion check if you haven't checked that already. And this is going to be the first floor set that I highly recommend raising, so I'll say it as we go on in. So let's do it. 171. Behemoth set. Let's go. Raising immediately. Now, because we mitigated the strength earlier, it is going to be one of the first things I use. So let me check this chest first. Affluence. Okay. So now, why do I recommend 540 and above? Basically, anything above 540, doesn't really do anything more. So like, anything below 540, you're not getting the full benefit. But 540 is basically like the limit in which you'll get maximum benefits. And what's interesting with that is because of the way the economy works in the game, depending on what server you're on, there's a chance that like the higher level food, even like the current rates here, whatever patch we're on, might be cheaper than going down to literally 540. Like if you go to like food that is literally 540, it might be more expensive because no one's stocking it. Now, of course, if you're a crafter, you can probably make your own food, so that's different if you can get the ingredients, but you know, whatever is just the appropriate thing, in terms of what you can afford, what you can get access to. So it's just, yeah, but 540 is like the minimum that you try to want to have. You can have food below that, but it's just not going to give you as big of a benefit as if you went above 540. Okay, what do you call it? I'm gonna pull the Bandersnatch. The Damel earlier had to be pulled because it was like, it's a proximity enemy, so it is going to be blocking me from the chest. The Bandersnatches all here are kind of going to be annoying as well, because they could be in a really bad spot. So I'm gonna pull them as a priority also. Now, I could probably bypass the other one and just kind of see what else the floor has to give me and see if we can have access to anything else in the room. It does look like it's not gonna give me a problem. So we're gonna proceed into this next room over here. Okay, checking the chest. Chest over there, which is kind of blocked by almost multiple things, but we can work that room instead. Polar Bear first, and then Dawntrail, and then we'll see what happens after that. Now, if I open the exit already, by some luck, which is possible, we will just go to save the time. I'd like to get ahead on time early, and then start doing like a little bit more chest checking later on. Like, am I gonna go too far out of my way to get to a chest? Okay, Dawntrail next. I'm gonna get this at least a halfway, or if the Bandersnatch moves, and then I move towards the chest here. Because it should move before this thing dies, it's just when does it do it. There it is, it's moving now. Now that is a little tight. Okay, it's a little tight. I'm gonna get a potion up going here, because I may aggro the Bandersnatch. I'm gonna sprint here. I will check the chest. Good, we're clean. It's okay if it's a Mimic. Make sure I get out of here clean. Get in there. Okay, good. But now, what I want to do here, aside from kiting and aside from dealing with this Mimic, is I want to make sure that I get a clearance to the exit. So I'm going to be watching the Bandersnatch and the Polar Bear for movement. They're both currently facing in a direction that's really bad, because I will totally aggro them. So I just need to wait patiently for them to move. So that's one movement, and now we wait for the other one to move. Moving here. May avoid the Dawntrail. Very good. Let's go. Right to the... Oh, but that's gonna be bad. I will... Wait. We will wait here. So let's chill. Hopefully we get... Like, I don't have sprint on, so we're just gonna wait for this one, so... Chill in here. So now the next floor that's coming in, I'm not going to use anything. We're just going to see what the game has to give us. And we'll work with whatever comes along. So perfect. We'll go into here. Let's go. Cyclops. Sights. That's a good start. There's a chest over there, but that is a silver chest. Don't care. Don't need the silver chests. Because our armor is full on this climb up. Okay, so we could do this. Quick kill. Perfect. Landmine, taking advantage of it. You know, if you don't know, I mean, we kind of keep this very machinist oriented in terms of the climb. So there are strategies that other jobs will execute that we don't do on this class, and that's gonna be one of them. Where, like, you know, if you watch like the warrior runs and like the healer runs, landmines are totally a thing that they will use to kind of help speed up. You don't see landmines very often on machinist, however, and also like you'd be using sights and stuff to kind of make it work. However, in this case, because we did do the sight, we're going to take advantage of it. You know, here's another one. I'm gonna... Oh, look at how close it is to the side wall, by the way. Okay, pulling. Now, I really wouldn't recommend doing a sight here for landmines, for machinists, because I wouldn't be doing multiples here. This is just a fortunate situation because we just got the sight, right? Now, here is interesting. I'm going to focus on the Dawntrail because look at all three of these guys right here. All of them can be blocking me from the exit, so we want to avoid the Cyclops and focus on all three Dawntrail here. I could hit the landmine to hit multiple, but we're keeping it a little safe. Again, I don't typically like doing landmines on machinists just because the risk is so much higher. The ones that I was hitting was because the aggro was sight aggro, and I knew that they weren't gonna come at me if I hit the landmine, and I had enough heals to go by, so. Okay. Pulling this one, then we pull the next one. And there's a landmine there, but I probably don't take it out. I probably don't take advantage of it right now. It's fine. Now, I could take advantage of the silver chest, so here's what we can do. We're gonna wait for the Kono to come in from this dude. Make sure my HP is high enough. It is. Pop. And we got it. Sweet. I'm gonna heal again, so we're not there. There's our method of a quick kill on the Dawntrail. We just had to make sure that my HP was above 70% there. And anytime you want to try to do that for a quick kill, you just want to make sure that it's locked into some animation. You know, like, I wouldn't do that to the Bandersnatch, because the Bandersnatch doesn't do telegraphs. But the Dawntrail does it, the Cyclops does telegraph, so it would be good to go for it. Okay. Gloom, which is going to make this interesting. We'll use that alteration. You're gonna see me use a lot of alterations. Okay. Now, here's going to be interesting. I should be able to deal with most of these enemies, which is the Polar Bear, the Dawntrail, and the Cyclops, without too much extra. But after that, I do have to really take care of anything else. Like, I don't want to pull the Wolf, period. If I end up aggroing the Wolf by accident, then it's either A, Witching, B, Steel, or Serenity. It has to be one of those answers, because I cannot outrun the Wolf even with my kiting. And also bear in mind that my strength is also dropping, so this fight is going to be really, really long. Okay, so right now, those guys are being a little cooperative, so hopefully I don't have to actually deal with them. Pulling the Dawntrail next, keeping my potion rolling here. Okay, Dawntrail, and Polar Bear. Now, if anything, I want to pull the Dawntrail that's the furthest away from me, because that could give me a problem if I wanted to explore the room that's all the way to the east. Actually, now the bear is the one that's giving me a problem, so I guess I pull one or the other. I want to check this chest for sure first. Again, if it's a Mimic, I want it to contribute to the exit here. That is very good racing. So now here, Polar Bear, priority pull. And then if the Dawntrail, by the time I kill this Polar Bear, doesn't give me a problem, then I will sneak up and see what's up in that chest, and then probably work our way backwards. So, like, I would want to probably maybe kill this Polar Bear that's right here anyway, take care of him first, and then try to work our way backwards if we need more kills. Don't have much kiting room either. If I get rid of this Polar Bear, then I get a little bit more kiting room. Yeah, the Dawntrail just moved in a spot that will probably aggro if I try to go into this room, so it's definitely going to be a pull. Oh, I shouldn't have done that drill. I swapped targets while mid-combat, and so it auto-attacked this one. It's actually the third mistake I've made in terms of my targeting. I have the raising on, so I'm going to move through this room. Dawntrail just moved, so I'm going to take advantage of that and see what's in this room. If there's a chest, I will try to fight for it, assuming it's not annoying to do so. There is one, so I'm going to hang here. Right now, I should be able to get it clean, but I want to get rid of this Dawntrail first. And it's super clean. Okay, I'm going to hold. Be tight. Didn't get it. Oh. Okay. He's a little painful. Alright, let's go. I think I didn't have a potion money, and then he crit me. Taking this out, and then taking the Polar Bear out. Now, the Witching is interesting. So, there's a chance that I kill this and the Polar Bear, and I'm still not out. And if that's the case, then I would want to do the Bandersnatch with the Witching. Now, if even then I'm not out of there, then I probably have to consider doing another Witching to get rid of the Wolf, but I do have a free Witching to utilize. The Bandersnatch and the Wolf are two enemies well, the Wolf is definitely one that I don't want to deal with in Gloom. Bandersnatch isn't really any better, because I can't really get too much kiting space for it to begin with. We are out, don't have to worry about either of those situations, but that's where, like, the thinking goes along, right? Like, I think that's one thing that may really help you in general, is that you don't necessarily think only one step ahead, only 0 steps ahead. Like, I was already planning for, like, the next 3 kills. If for some reason I was not out on that 1 kill, you know? Okay, we'll kill this one, then we'll Witching that one, then we'll do this one. And that helps, because then now you can focus in on either the next floor, you can focus in on just doing the mechanics, right? So sometimes that's where a lot of the strategy, which is one part I love about this content, one of the strategy that is really good with when you're trying to manage these floors. Okay. So now, these two don't give me a problem. Flight is fantastic for time saving. In this room in particular, there's a possible trap that could be where that Wolf is. That's why I keep looking upwards. And we get an altered room, which is benefit to the Korgans. I'm gonna pop a Fortune here, just for an excuse with the Alteration room. Just maybe we get a higher chance of getting a chest here. Haven't really been using Fortune to begin with, so may as well just use it on this as an excuse. Holding. Got the strength back. Sick. I'm gonna hold on to it though. Time is looking pretty damn good right now. Okay, what's our picks? License, Lion. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a Bandersnatch. Okay, cool. So let's pull the Wyson first. So now, again, 5 kills, right? 5 kills before we get to our Bandersnatch. You know, I'm trying to calculate that. So that becomes important. I was saying the average kill count here is 5 to 7. So the Bandersnatch would end up being 6 if I need more than that, but then it starts to become just like wolves only. I can deal with a wolf in this particular type of floor because I will have enough mitigation and enough like sprint, etc. to deal with them. So if it needs to get up to like those, you know, if it needs to get those plus kills, then we'll worry about it. Did you drop a chest? You dropped the chest. Okay. So let me deal with this, and I'm actually... Oh, that's the exit. So I actually want to clear the exit priority. Clear all 3 of them. Not necessarily because they were all looking at the exit, but those are some of the easy ones to pull for. And since I've already figured out what's on the rooms now, then I can kind of see, and it doesn't... There's a chest over there. Okay. So I want to check this chest. I want to check the other chest, and then try to continue clearing the exit there. You know, goal here is to see what power-ups we get, but also to get rid of mimics if they were to show up. That's what's important right now. Check. And there's the mimic. Here, I could use the silver chest if I can keep my HP high enough here. See if we can get that kill, that extra kill here. I'm gonna wait for Death Trap, not the Interrupt Infatuation, because he's still gonna be right on top of me. Death Trap here. Check 79. Okay, good. Now I'm gonna make my way over to the other room. So this is kiting on top of navigation. That'll be my target next, but this mimic does add to the kill count, so we might be out before I even have to worry about getting to the wolves. I still have 4 kills in, 4 kills left to go for the easier enemies, and we're already 3 in, so that's good. And if this becomes a mimic, it even makes it even better. Might interrupt this down. So what I may want to do... No, I'll just open the chest. It's okay if it's a mimic. I have Purity. Steel. That's a really good. Rage! Okay, so that makes it even easier. So, I'm just gonna rage now. I'm actually going to rage and kill everything. Why? We had the fortune up. Now I'm not gonna kill the ones all the way by the spawn room though. That I won't touch. Because that's a pretty far away go. But I can go for here, I can go for here, and then take the other 2 in the other room, and then pick up the steel, which is fantastic, and then pick up the rage. And that was with the fortune. So we actually got very fortunate with the fortune. I'm gonna dive in the middle here, even if it's a landmine or a lorry trap, it's fine because I'm in that rage. Ooh. So I'm gonna create a walk path here. So I'm gonna walk this way. Yep. Okay. Nice. Okay, that is kind of what I wanted to do, is I wanted to walk in a way while I had the rage going, so that if I hit a trap, great. If I didn't hit a trap, I just had to walk that path back. And then all of a sudden now we just picked up 2 lusts. Boom, just like that, our lusts are back in order, so... You know, that's just how the game works sometimes. Didn't see lusts for like, since like a couple floors already. I think I didn't see one since 141 plus, and all of a sudden, boom, we saw them all here. Alright, so this next floor is sighted. I'm sorry, it is flighted, that's what I meant. It's flighted. That is a patrol. And it is blocking absolutely nothing. So we're going to let it live, I think. Nah, let's just pull it. Get rid of it now. So this floor, so we mentioned that the flighted floor cuts the amount of kills you need in half. So if the bare minimum is going to be 4, then you could be out of here by 2, but that's very rare. So you're averaging between like 3 and 4 on the normal end of things. It could possibly be 5. It'd be really bad luck, but it's still better that it's flighted than if it's a full floor. So it's one thing to keep in mind right now. Now, there is an ape, and I said that those are priority kills. I'm trying to see if I can navigate towards the other rooms, but not quite yet. I'm gonna interrupt that because it's not dead yet. I'm gonna pull the yellow. Get rid of the patrols here. I'm gonna try to navigate through this room. The ape just finished his BS, so I'm gonna actually go to that room. I can't get access to that chest right now. I'll get it on the way back. Let me just see what else is there. That is the exit. Okay, so I already know where the exit is. Now the ape here, it's on the right side, and it's shoved into the right side, so I may not have to worry about actually pulling it. And again, I have to keep in mind that this is flighted, so I don't need that many kills to begin with, so... Not really healing, but it's fine. Gonna check the chest next. Steal again, so re-up in the steal. See if I can sneak through here, which it looks like I can. That is a bronze. That's a silver. Okay, so we're just gonna go through here. I'm gonna pull this one, because this one is kind of the most threatening to this chest. And basically what I'm gonna do here now is I'm gonna actually go all the way to the exit, but then go all the way back. Because I want to see if there's anything that happens to be here, even though I don't currently see it. And if there's a chest, I want to also get to it too, but it doesn't seem like anything is here, so we're gonna make our way back. I do have steel on, so this is kind of okay. Now that lion just did move in a spot that will probably aggro if I go back around, which kind of sucks here. But such is the RNG of that. Got my potsherd, sick. Oh, and the ape just kind of moved in a bad spot too. So ape priority here. I have the steel on, not gonna really do an opener sprint here. Gonna chill here because the line may move anytime soon. May more manageable with steel on right now. There's the movement on the thing. Now I'm gonna wait him since I know where I need to go, and we're moving back here so I can get towards the chest. I think this is the 4th kill too. So this would have been a pretty high kill floor if this wasn't flighted. Oh, it's actually more than that. It is what it is. As I mentioned, like it sucks that you have a high kill on a flighted floor, but then just imagine if this was like a regular floor, right? You'd have to kill so much to get off of here, so I don't think you really complain about that. I'm gonna get this. I'm hovering around the steel. Actually, I can probably just pop it now. We really should be out of this kill. Like, I would be kind of surprised if we are not out of this kill because of the high kill count. I'm gonna pop that steel, start making my way towards the exit here. Alright, possible trap. This is what we call Stonehedge. Possible trap on that specific location. So you ever get the Stonehedge, just to keep it simple, always go the left side, never go the right side. Always go the left side there. Alright, now we're walking into the 6th floor. Time check. This is my time check halfway through the floor. If you're over 30 minutes on 6, you're good. Go into the same pace. If you're under 30 minutes, you gotta go faster. We are actually going faster than we were on the previous set, because I think I got there with 36 minutes remaining. So now this is good. This room is probably lost to me unless I fight through Anzus. I'm, you know, not particularly happy to kind of fight through maybe 2 Anzus to get to that floor. So we'll just kind of work our way through this way. Again, Ape was priority here. It was kind of in a spot that was probably going to walk over to me if I were to kind of go through this room. There is a chest here, I think, right? Yeah, there is a chest here. Patrol just went in this room, so I may pull the patrol next. Oh, but there's another patrol here. I'm going to pull this one because it's proximity, so let's take care of this right now. So, I'm kind of like creating a kill order right now. So, it's gonna be this one. It might be the Wyson. If I were to try to get to that chest over there, I need to try to take a look at what's over there first, but I can't get there because of the Wyson. But I would like to get to that chest if I can. I didn't reveal this one, and I think I'm gonna try to reveal it only because I need to kind of make sure if this is not the exit, like, weirdly, but it's not. Anzu Red Mage is gonna be really tough. It's gonna be a lot of healing. Like, you probably want Steel. I'm not sure about only Strength, though. Now, on Machinist, we can totally take out an Anzu with Strength only. It's still a fight I don't want to have to deal with, because it's just a really slow fight, you know? It's one of those kind of questions I like to propose. It's, you know, it's not so much a question, can you kill it? It's more like, do you want to kill it, you know? Granted, in this particular situation, it is kind of blocking me from certain areas, but these chests are whatever. I mean, it's fine if it's blocking me from a chest. It's only bad if it's blocking me from an exit, which I don't see it. So now, this actually sucks a little bit. I'm gonna pull the Lion, because the lion is kind of the one here that's giving me a little bit of a problem for a chance to get to the chest. I'm gonna drag this with me though, because I want to observe what's happening in this couple of rooms. Like, do we have a treasure room? What's blocking the exit? So I'm gonna get over here first before I even think about trying to get to that chest. Now, in that room in particular, the only thing that's a problem is the ape, because the ape's dead center. He could be blocking me from the chest, but he doesn't seem to be blocking me from the exit, although the lion's kind of adding a little bit to that. So we're gonna pull the ape here first now, and I'm gonna drag it back now to see if I can get access to the chest that I just left over. This was like definitely a priority kill because of the possibility of it kind of blocking me. Okay. Almost thought I targeted the Anzus by accident there. Now I can't go past this room because of the line here, so I'm gonna have to chill. I'm okay with the steal on, so I don't have to go crazy. Lion? Lion, you wanna move? Bro? Dude? He doesn't wanna move. He's actually not moving. Okay, and this lion is looking straight. Okay, I'm just gonna take the more higher priority here, which is going to be clearing up this exit. So if the exit opens now, I just ignore that other chest, because it would take me too much effort to get over there. Now I could try now to see if we're gonna get a possibility to get off the room. At least I'm not worried about the Anzus that's in front of me, because he doesn't seem to be giving me a problem going, you know, back and forth through the room. So I'm gonna take a look. Actually, I probably want to check the chest first before I even make an attempt at that other room. Okay, safety is actually really good, so that opens a lot of doors. Now I will try to make an effort to get that chest. My sprint is down anyway. A couple of my cooldowns are unavailable, so it's not bad. Again, the lion is just like looking at such a bad space right here. Oh yeah, any aggro's cool. Cool. Okay, so right now, I could actually sneak the chest in its current state, and I think I may... I'm gonna sprint here. Don't give me the cat. Okay, well, guess not. I'm gonna get paralyzed to the cat. I'm gonna focus on the lion first. I still have steal on, so I'm gonna definitely take advantage of that. But we're gonna be having to deal with two things, and they're going to paralyze me. More than likely, the exit's already open. I honestly didn't think I was gonna get that cat. But now that we have the cat, we probably just... I mean, it does open the door for me to get this chest, to be fair. So I'm... well, not right now. I'm still gonna hang around here. If I get the cat to, like, below 50%, then I will make my way to the exit. Oh my god, they don't want me getting over there. I'm still gonna observe. But they really don't want me getting that chest. It's either, like, it's something really good, or it's gonna be another mimic just because they're just being a little bit of a jokester. But the Anzus right now would totally aggro, I think. And now, ooh, he's looking, I can sneak it right now. He moved a little too far, so I'll be able to sneak him. No ricochet here. Alteration. I will use that alteration. I will use the alteration. Okay, now we're gonna make our way to the exit. Now the Anzus not gonna move for a little bit, so this entire time, I'm not concerned with the Anzus. If I actually waited too long, then the Anzus could possibly move. You watch him. Just to tell you how much time it is from the time I moved to now. Still didn't move yet, so we're okay there. Alteration could be good or bad. My steel's about to wear off, but we can handle mimics without steel, so that's okay. Walking into 77 with 34 minutes on the clock. I would say that chest probably could have been skipped. You know, that did take a lot more effort than it needed to try to get there, but our time is still really good, so I could afford something like that. Okay. Take the bird going towards me right here. No ape at the moment, so I can actually go into this next room already. If there is an ape in that other room, then I would try to chill its spawn, because I don't want to have to be eating browbeats while I'm trying to fight something, you know? And especially with the seal wearing off here. If anything, I may want to pick up something else. Like if there is an ape right now, I may want to prioritize the ape on my next pull so that I could have it with the steel on. But that's only if an ape was there. Anzus is by the exit, so there's that. I guess I'm gonna pull this one now, if I can get to it. Nice, no ricochet. Doesn't seem to be apes, which I'm a little bit surprised with. That's actually pretty shocking. Okay, about to lose the steel. Bird's coming in, looks like it's just going to be a bird calling right now. I can probably sneak to the exit with that configuration. terms of the Anzu and the Black Cat. Staying close here. If I end up pulling curls, I do want to fight them consecutively because of their diminishing return on paralyzed. So I want to kind of leave them last for now if I need those pulls. Okay. Another bird coming in. Let me see. Oh, I need to heal. Healing is good. Okay, so I kind of got around. So I was like more focused in on what the patrol was doing and kind of forgot about keeping my HP up there. But that's okay. Going into this room. So this room right here, this room in particular, this is another room. Look at the layout. It has like the boot boxes in the back. This is another room that potentially has a trap where that chest is actually. So this is a dangerous room to go along the right side. But just note here, it's almost like this is a bait, right? So I don't want to actually go into this room at all because of the risk of that. I'm going to put a marker down just to showcase it. Traps usually, well, that's a little too far to the corner. But basically, if you're hugging the corner, you could probably hit that trap. So just be careful with that one. Looks like we're going to deal with cats now. Because I have 3 cats that I can fight to. So I'm going to fight this one first. I clear up this. This allows me to clear up the next cat too. Oh, and they're Korrigan. Okay. So I'm going to do this one. Wow, not a single ape. I'm actually surprised not to see a single ape here. So after this pull, I pull the next cat, which puts me, I think, at about... This is going to put me at 3 kills? No, 4 kills. That's going to get me at 5, and maybe the Korrigans get me out of here, so that's going to be good. Okay. Okay, pulling the cat without hesitation here. I'll get my HP back with the potion, it's all good. Dropping the turret there. So the paralyze is 15 seconds instead of 30 because we're on diminishing return. I think I did watch the Anzu, so I'm gonna try to go through. I think it just moved, but this is actually a little risky because I should have been watching it the whole time. But I'm gonna sneak behind it right now, no ricochet, so I don't clip him by accident. Okay, made it through the room. No ricochet still. No ricochet, no ricochet, no ricochet, no ricochet. Okay, good. Alright, now we clear up the thingy. Now I want to pay attention to the Anzu moving. I know it's facing that direction. Oh, it went straight to the exit. We did open it up. These are not great positions, because there's actually a possible trap here that I've gotten hit with. Right about, like, here-ish, so I gotta be careful. I think I can go straight. Steal, that's really good. I'm gonna go around here, then go straight from the edge here. Double steal. Okay, so now what I want to do is... The steals are here, great. But I want to wait for the Anzu to actually move first before I pop the steal. There it is. Now I have a clearance to the exit. Now I can go. That's all I was waiting for. I can ignore this other room. Even if there's a chest in there, we're saving that time. Look at our time, 30 minutes into 78. I was mentioning this at the beginning of the set. If you're going for like your first attempts and you haven't done Behemoth yet, you want to maybe think about the idea of doing like a double dip on Behemoth where you get 2 attempts on him, but it may cost you to sacrifice. If you're going this fast, man, you can have a double dip on Behemoth and still be like really good, you know? So it's going really well right now. Checking this chest. Okay, a lot of problematic enemies here. Rage, oh, that just makes it really, really easy here. So I'm gonna couple the Rage with a Sight here, and I'm going to not Fortune, but I don't want to hesitate right now. The exit's over there, so let's take it. Okay, this makes it really, really good. So now this is lucky. Like, this is our first, like very opportunity rage that we're having. Now, what I actually want to do here is I want to take out a couple of the enemies here, but I may want to actually go backwards and take the ape. I didn't want to take the ape earlier because of him doing the browbeat. So let me kill these, and then let me clear up the ape, and then come back again. Now this does mean I kind of forfeit the chest that could be to the east, but that's okay. And our palms right now are fantastic. So like I only use the sight for this one thing, but everything is still at 3. Like there's nothing really missing here, you know? Okay, I don't think I get to anything else, so I'm probably just gonna dump it here. Yep, let's go, dump. Okay, take the rage, take the chest here, and off to the next floor to 79 with 28 minutes on the clock. I would say this is the one... Oh, and a flight! Wow! Okay, cool, cool, cool. Okay. This is me checking chests. This is me getting to as much as we can. This means I can also ignore that other chest, you know, even if I get a strength or something to help me out, but we're moving very quickly here. And not really using too much, right? We haven't used too much. We're like making the pulls very concise, getting through, working with what the game gives us, and then going from there. Cat, don't need to go into this room. There's nothing here, so this pull is unnecessary. It doesn't accomplish anything to get that pull. Ape is possible, but he's kind of away from the exit, so I can actually go into the next room without too much of an issue here. Now that ape probably has to go because he's blocking me from getting to the next room. So let's pull it now before he gets into his browbeat. So right now it looks like my priority kills is going to be ape number 1, ape number 2, and ape number 3. If I need another kill, it's going to be the curl. Now, why am I going through this route? Well, one, I don't really want to fight a cat because of the paralyze, right? So that's going to be one choice that I'm going for. Two, this ape is potentially an issue trying to get to this chest over here. He needs to go. Ape number 3 is just basically because it's better than fighting a cat. So, if I need, let's say, 5 kills, well, I have 2 cats after that. So we've already mapped out our kill count, you know? We've already mapped out, what we're fighting in kind of what order. Now, I will check the chest after this kill. Because if it's a mimic, I want it to contribute, right? We want to get it out of the way first, and we don't want to open the exit before I get to that chest. Now here, this cat is a little bit spicy on the... Oh, I gotta heal. Oh, I gotta heal! This cat's a little spicy on this position here. Alright, I don't know if the Anzus moved, but I'm willing to fight it if it decides to aggro. Watching. Half ones, don't need that. Okay, pulling ape number 3, and then we pull the cats. Okay. Pulling the thingy. Okay, don't have a potion running, so I'm gonna be running here. Again, next 2 pulls of the cats if I need to, and I'm gonna pull them right away. We probably saved so much time already knowing what my next pull is and not kind of deliberating. I think for a lot of the newer runners right now, very common that I get to see is that after they kill something, there's like, okay, what do I want to do next? Do I want to do this one? Do I want to do this one? Let me check this. Like, there's a lot of thinking after fighting, and we're doing so much thinking while fighting, you know? And so you're saving that time already. So actually what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to slowly make my way to the spawn room. Why? Because if I need another kill, and even though our time is absolutely pristine, I'm still making the rounds of like being optimized, being efficient, right? And so there's nothing too bad off of me here. I mean, I could cheat and go to the exit, you know, being like, okay, I'm probably going to get out of this floor, let's just go right to the exit. But here I'm kind of favoring, just in case, that I need to get this kill. You know, I'm in the position already, which we don't. So let's go. 24 minutes into the boss. We've been averaging about this almost every single floor set currently. So, well, actually, I think the previous one was like maybe 18, I think, but we moved very fast here. The rage did help, you know, not gonna deny that. The rage helped, and the flight really helped at a very opportune time. So, but here we are. So here we're going to do the fresh strength and steel. There's really no point in me holding on to the steel. I know this fight is going to be sub 8 with just the strength steel, so we're just gonna go. Another opportunity for me to talk about this boss, shall we? We are going in favor of its positioning here. So the boss starts at the gate with the Thunderball, followed by 2 Charybdises, which I like to park at the edge of the arenas here. And again, this is just about keeping the arena clean. You can park these wherever the hell you want. You can even go counterclockwise if you want to. There's really nothing stopping you. All you want to do is just make sure you live through this fight, and I like to keep this very, very clean. Thunderball over there, and then he's gonna run to the south and do his trounce. So he has to get into that position. No matter where he is on the arena, he can be across the map at the gate. He has to walk all the way here, this part of the rotation, to do that. 2 more Charybdis coming down here, number 1, and then number 2 coming up. Again, keeping it nice and clean for me. Okay, him coming in, coming over here. Thunderbolt first, and then 1 more Charybdis, which I like to park around this side. Again, keeps the arena clean. Now that we've gotten all the trips out, you'll see that we are now having a very nice center here. Do not drop your potion like me, because he does hit a little hard and the damage can be coming in a little spicy. Alright, Trounce here, and now we've reset the fight. This is just like how you pulled the fight right here. So we'll demonstrate a little bit of like the alternative things that can happen here. So a melee shot that I like to do with this fight is I'll pop 2 Charybdises, one here and then one over here. And then fight him where he stands. Now for Machinist, it definitely is going to be more advantageous to do the kiting, because from here he's going to sneak in 2 autos. About 2 autos, or maybe 1 before Thunder. Whereas like if you were kiting him around the clock, he doesn't get those autos off. You get about 2 here, but you'll see, he is committed to go to the south arena now, because that is his rotation. You gotta run all the way over here. Now, very, very interesting question. Actually, we got this question on the live tutorial too. I think we did. What if you decide to push Behemoth under threshold, under 15%, as he's walking over? You know? Well, what will happen basically is that instead of him going into Trounce, he will then go straight into Meteor once he reaches that position. So it's like yes and no whether that's a good idea or not. You kind of want to maybe wait for him to Trounce and then you can push him on for his Meteor phase as opposed to him running. But I mean, if you get kind of max distance here, if you get like the proper timing where he starts doing his walk, he is committed to getting to that destination before meteors happen. Like, he won't stop in his tracks and then all of a sudden start casting. So that could be a way that you can kind of get him. You just don't want to do it early. So threshold is it's really 14.9%. There is a threshold where it's like literally 15.0, but you gotta be like it's like 15.01 or something if we had even more decimal places, because there have been people who have gotten it at 15.0. But if you're just talking about like literal, like a hard HP number, you know, if you're able to see the actual HP value of Behemoth, then it'll be like at that value he pushes under. So there's a possibility that it could be 15.0. But generally speaking, for most cases and most situations, it is 14.9. So you want to, if anything, get him as close as you can to 15. You don't really have to get him close, as long as he's under 16, it's okay. You know, like lately, I think I've been doing my burst at about 15.6-ish. So you don't have to be too crazy on that. Not anymore. Not like it was in the past, where you had to be really like, well, you want it to be kind of precise. Now it's just basically get him under 16 and then just burst them down. 20 is when you lust. That's another point. Yeah, if you're thinking of 20% of like what is 20% defined as, that's about when you lust. You'll see me lust at about 22, 21 percent here. Actually, I had overused my heat blast gauge, so I may only have about 50 here, but that's perfectly fine. Once I get him to 22, then I'm going. At least I have my full turret here, and my wildfire's back up. So we'll see. I'm at 55, so we should be fine on this thing. Getting him closer and closer. I do want a fresh potion before I do my lust here. Gonna save my drill as well. Not gonna go crazy on that one. This is gonna be good. I'm gonna go here, and then let's go here, straight in. I'm at 85, so that's actually not bad. I should probably sneak into 100, but that's not a big deal. That's one. So I waited for 22, and then we made sure I got the fresh potion in, just in case we have to, like, you know, avoid some AoEs. I got the tactician in, just in case we take, you know, mitigate some damage here. So it buys you a little bit of insurance here. Alright. So now we're just gonna push him under 16, and once we get an opportunity, once he's caught into a GCD, then we're going in, a casting rather. So 16.8. 16.6. Gonna do a regular GCD here. Alright, 15.5. Gonna wait for Charybdis. Let's go. Drop the turret. My potion should be good to bring me back up here. Okay, we're good. We're going with the healing strategy on this one, by the way. No tincture for me. Okay, potion number 1. Potion number 2. My sustaining's down. Hold on. I think we're okay. Okay. I had that sustaining potion a little late. I didn't pop the sustaining potion before the burst, so that caused almost an issue there. So make sure that you get the sustaining potion right before the burst. We kind of just like went, you know, that's kind of the state of Machinist now. A lot of times in my old videos where you're like, okay, make sure you get him on this spot, and then make sure you get this. But now it's just like basically lust, watch for 15, wait for him to do something, and then go straight in. So we almost caused a tragedy there, because my potion fell off after the first meteor kicked in, but it was able to get it back up there, so no problem. There you go, that's 171 to 180, with a lot of time remaining, so there you go. Welcome to 181 to 190. I would definitely say, like, probably what may hold you back here is probably more fear of some of the enemies, about what you can handle, and of course the pressure is on. Probably starting to understand it isn't so much getting off this floor, it's hoping that you take things with you into 191. You can make the argument that Godfather is probably just slightly easier than Behemoth. I would say more people will have problems with Behemoth, but we definitely have other people who will argue that Godfather is actually harder to them than Behemoth was. And that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna argue, that's fair. But of course you gotta get there. There's definitely a lot of strategies that I've gone through trying to get through this floor set about Pomander choices. We're definitely gonna be a lot more aggressive, that's for sure. Basically up until this point, we haven't really used anything ahead of time, whether we got it back or not. And now you will see me do a couple things to kind of get us ahead so that we can keep the time pacing going. One methodology you can think of, when you look at this whole set, 181 to 190, can you envision yourself getting through this set without using any Pomanders? Like, one way to think of it, like, what if you just don't open chests and you just kill things and go to the exit? Like, do you think you can actually get through? And I would argue that the answer to that is probably a no. Like, you need a little bit of help. So if you're destined to use something on this floor set to speed you up, you want to try to do it in a way that's going to give you the greatest advantage and on your own terms. Like, you don't want to end up using something because the game just like threw like the freaking kitchen sink at you and just like you just have to react, right? You don't want to react. You want to plan ahead. You want to work it so that you're giving yourself an advantage and it's under your terms. And that's what we're going to try to aim for in the run. But of course, you know, you still got to deal with RNG with whatever the game tosses you. So we gotta help ourselves there. And lastly, one thing that's going to be nice about referencing the live tutorial, knowing your options about certain situations, maybe have a strength and steel going in and you can fight certain enemies with it, probably does help. Otherwise, you may spend a lot of time like being like, I don't want to pull this one. Maybe I'll pull this one. You know, and we're still sticking on, like, pulling quick. Like, you don't want to kind of just think about it and stand there trying to decide. If you make a quick decision or you've already decided, that can save you time over the course of 60 minutes. Okay, Talby, let's do it. 181 plus. Let's go for it. Raising check. Also, if you haven't already, check your potions. All that fun stuff that we were saying on the earlier floor. Check your food. Use some food if you haven't already. I will not use food in respect to the free trial. Okay, so these are not going to give me a problem here, but that Chimera is. So let's pull, and that's a treasure room. Fantastic start. Which is what you guys want to see, is you guys want to see me stressed. You guys want to see me deal with bad situations, and that's what we're going to try to do through it. Try to go for it. You know, one thing, that, I don't know if I've mentioned it up until this point, at least within the mind frame of this time management tutorial. In comparison to the live tutorial guide, where we kind of went through explaining what all the enemies do, which we're not doing here, only because by now, if you're gonna look into this video, you're probably going to be like, oh, you know, I know what everything does, I understand what everything does, how do I get the actual clear? And one thing to really note about that live tutorial guide is that is not going to, it'll probably not be the greatest reference of like time-saving strats or like, you know, how to like, you know, make it through the floor really well. Because when we were recording that video, I spent a lot of time explaining, I spent some time standing around, I pulled extra things just so we can get them in the video. And so a lot of that is not what you're going to see on this type of run. This type of run will be purely trying to get ourselves to the end of this floor set and to the boss. So we're going to definitely move, I would like to think, a lot faster than that actual guide, you know? So yeah, so definitely keep in mind that. And as I kind of also mentioned in the beginning of 141, every decision that I make, every choice that I go for in terms of pull, in terms of movement, they're all with meaning. Like, I'm not doing something just because la la la. Like, we're actually making some decisive decision why I'm going to do this and why I'm going to do that. So I may not explain necessarily everything, but definitely pay attention to like the little bits and details that I may not necessarily go over. So the patrols here were priority because I don't need them messing me up. Now, what's one thing that's really interesting about this floor set and treasure rooms is that from like the first 5 floors up until you start seeing Vinthirds, like 140, 185, etc. These treasure rooms are not that intimidating because so many things are sight aggro, so many things are sound aggro, and you can get through like most of these enemies. The only time this particular treasure room would probably be spicy is if there's a chimera sitting in the middle. But generally speaking, you can probably sneak through a lot of these early treasure rooms without too much of a problem. Even later on, honestly, unless the chimeras start re-showing up, I mean, again, the Vinthirds could be a small problem, but they're easy pulls. You just focus them. Chimeras, you just focus them. But you start seeing worms, you start seeing blood dragons, you start seeing swarps. They're all sight and sound, you know? Now, the only other problem would be if you get a treasure room in, like, this type of room. See this small room with the Karen of Return? Then they're all kind of, like, squished together. That makes it hard, because they're just in a tight space. So that's a little bit rough. But if you get a treasure room in this kind of very open room, this is kind of nice. Now here, I'm kind of clearing up the things that may be kind of close to the exit right now, and I don't know if I really go for chests unless it seems like it's clear. Right now, I could possibly go for that right chest over there. I'm thinking about the left one. Oh, actually, I can. Oh, I checked the one that's to my southwest here. So I will actually check. Hey, let me take a look. I might be able to sneak it. Even if it's a mimic, it's okay. We got off this floor very quickly. Holding. Okay, that's okay. As long as I don't take something with me. I'm actually gonna... you know what? No, I don't pop that fortune. You know why I don't pop that fortune? I don't know if I can get that fortune. Because the Ice Sprite has been kind of riding that area the entire time. I'm gonna walk here for the Warmer Canta. So from here, unless I have a distinct, clear pathing to get to that other chest, I will just go. Because we'll take the time. Hold on. Tactician. Okay. And this is kind of an ass space to fight because I don't have much kiting room. That Sprite could be a problem. Let me see. It is facing... Ooh, it actually faced away. I'll risk it. Even if it's a Mimic, it's fine. I'll deal with the Mimic. It is a Mimic, it's okay. Gotta make my way back out of here. So again, this is a little bit of a spicy area to fight through because I don't have much kiting room, but it's okay. We got out of here pretty early. Like, this was actually a pretty open thingy, and I couldn't have gotten to that chest any earlier without clearing some things out. Now, kind of the same strategy I'll use before that we'll use now is that I will open with the flights. So we're gonna go with 2 flights, one here and one for the next floor, and then kind of hold it unless I pick up more. Ow. Again, the kiting room is kind of killing me right now. And the flights here are going to be good. Ooh, that's not good. I'm gonna try to get out of here for a second. If I get crit again? Oh, okay. I think he's gonna get into maturation. Good. Oh, and I got that one. I need to be careful now. So we're causing a bit of a problem here. We'll try to make up the time. I think I can be fine. Okay, we're not gonna pop anything. Should be okay. I'm gonna do that. Okay, so we caused a little bit of an issue here, and the respawn already happened. But that's okay. We'll make it up. Sometimes it'd be like that, but we'll still stay on target with what we plan to do. I'm not going to be afraid of this chest, and I will open it. Even if it's a Mimic, we'll deal with it. Do not be afraid of chests. That's one of the biggest advice that I could give you guys. Is don't be fearful for a chest, especially early on, you know? There are going to be times where you'll see me skip it, but I'll kind of explain why I'm skipping that chest. There's a possibility I get this bomb. Oh, this treasure room now is giving me a problem. Didn't I say this treasure room wasn't so bad? Now it's giving me a little bit of a bad thing. So I'm actually going to add an affluence here to the flight. I wasn't going to use the affluence before, but now I am. The reason here is because I want to see if I can pick up a strength here to kind of help me out with time. Now, being here for like 7 minutes is not that bad. I would still say we're still a little bit above average because this floor could have taken a lot longer. So I'll just chalk this up to this being a typical 181 where we take forever to get off this floor. We didn't use anything on this floor, so nothing got necessarily wasted, but I have to make up that time. So we're flighting here, which I didn't do yet. We're gonna get to the exit then flight. That Sprite's gonna aggro. I gotta wait now. So let's do this, and we're gonna wait. Okay, gonna chill. so the plan here is that I use the flights on 82, 83. We're going to use the alterations a little later if I need to kind of change out, like we're going to look at 86, 87, 88, 89 for possible alterations, to change out floods, worms, scorpions into mimics. Even if they're mimics, we can deal with mimics if I have kiting room. And I'd rather deal with a mimic than a flood dragon, you know, especially if I don't have any strengths and seals rolling. Okay, 8 minutes, not great, but we'll try to make it up. Okay, no debuff here. Checking, nothing here. Nothing here. Again, this is flighted. I can check that chest first. And that's a silver. Okay, so let's check this chest because none of the exits are over here. So I'm going to sneak this chest. This is a sound aggro, so I can get behind this enemy. As long as I preferably don't go into its hitbox. Check. Affluence came back, so that's good. I might use it with the next flight that we used. I'm going to get away first. Alright, moving along. One more, definitely first pull here, just as a priority, so it's out of the way. I think the next pull will be the grenade, because I would like to get to that chest. Don't need to deal with the one more camper at all, since they are sound, I can just get past them. Checking the next room just to see if it's not a treasure room. That is the exit, and looks like there's another chest over there. That's one thing that you may want to do. As we get higher on the floors, treasure rooms might become a little bit more common. And so, you definitely want to try to identify a treasure room sooner than later. So that if you get it early, you can just you can get a whole bunch of kills in that room, you know? That would be way better than, like, exit open, and then it's like, oh, there's a treasure room. Now you have to, what, kill the treasure room? You know what I mean? So ideally, it will benefit you doing all this navigation, seeing as much of the forest you can, and then identifying if the treasure room exists. Or if you have created a pathway to the exit that's nice and clear. That's also very important, right? Because the treasure room could be somewhere else, but I mean, if it's not in your way, then who cares about the treasure room? Okay, so now here, my next pull would be a more Campa, probably, which I can fight. But I will check chests here. We want to get them to be mimics, or we want to get rid of the mimics first. So if they're mimics, they contribute to the exit. I could step on a trap here, so I'm going to be careful. Safety, that's good. Okay. Now checking this one, and I could use this room to kite for this one more Campa. Steal, fantastic pick up there. So I would say the affluence is really good. Gonna wait here. Again, he's gonna attack from me from afar, but as long as I keep away from him, that's really the only damage, and my sustaining will keep me up. Gonna sprint here. I didn't open with sprint, but that's fine. I sprinted directly after the wait. If I need another pull, we'll pull the Walder more in the donut room, which will be really good. So this is your best kiting, the donut room. This is safety. Ow. Ow. But now we're gonna get some good kiting going on here. Donut room, definitely the best thing you want to take advantage of if you have it. Really good if it's in a spawn room, really good if you safety, because they're gonna have some problems trying to get to you. Like this is really good against an Anzu, really good against the worm. You got a lot of options here. So now, I'm going to Affluence, and I'm gonna fight for the second time. So we just spent, what, 8 minutes on the first floor? We spent 4 minutes on this one. Now we spent only 12. Okay. I wouldn't want to pull the crawler unless I had Heat Blast. But it's kind of not in the way anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Double Intuition, love it. That's exactly what I want to see from my alterations. I'm sorry, from my affluences. Need to identify the exit. Let me just get this reveal first. Okay. If I fight a Sprite, I want to have a full burst as well. That is in aggro range, so he moved away. Okay. Ooh, but we have a box! Oh, we can do something that I didn't demonstrate in the live tutorial. Oh, this is fantastic. Okay, the Sprites all of a sudden become a good one. Let me check the chests first. So these boxes are considered walls, and we can use them to deal with the ice sprites. We actually, I'm not sure if I did on the Machinist one. Okay, but first off, we do this. This is why I checked them. Hey, we may not have to deal with ice sprites here at all. If both these chests are gonna be mimics. I'm actually gonna go a little closer to this chest. I hope I can get it close enough so I can try to pop them. Pop. Excellent kill. Well done. So I wanted to specifically wait for the death trap there, that he would be locked in position. And that worked out perfectly. Flight. I got the flight back. So I don't know if I use it though. I think I might hold on to it till later. Alright, so now we can demonstrate the ice fights. So these boxes are your friends. I had talked about another floor, which I think I used the terminology boombox. That's on a dead end. So that one is also going to work if you see boxes like this. So we're going to get this ice fight over to this side over here. Perfect. Now we're going to use this as a wall. I like kind of playing top down here. And then we're going to line of sight. Every time I see a cast, I'm going behind a wall. And it can't see me because that is a line of sight. Now, here, the only thing that makes this dangerous is there is a patrol floating around. So if I had a patrol here, I would kill the patrol first, so that I wouldn't have to worry about it sneaking up behind me, since I had to put a lot of focus into this movement here. But this definitely trivializes the sprites if you get this opportunity. You're now all of a sudden going to become your favorite pull. I'm not going to pull this one. Why? That's not the exit. This is the exit. I pulled this one. And I can get past the crawler after that. Tactician to kind of get myself in the spot here. Moving over here. Again, into this spot. I like getting to this position first. Wait for it to get over here. And then we're going in here. Every time we go in, that didn't go well. Every time we go in, we go into the wall for the line of sighting. May have to go deeper based on the angle. Sometimes if they get a weird angle, then you have to go deeper. But let me tell you, the mitigation here is superior. Even if you get hit a couple times, it's fine. Okay, still one out. For the next one. One more Campa would be my next couple of pulls. Unless, you know what I may do? Is I may hold on to a Heat Blast if I have to pull a Crawler. Because again, I don't want to pull a Crawler without Heat Blast. Get older. I'm actually going to reposition this because this is not a good one. That's better. That's much better. You want to be out back quickly because if I don't go back out fast enough, he'll start to inch forward. And that's why it makes it a little spicier. It's a little precise, but again, even if you're at 50%, it's so much better than dealing this straight up, you know? Oh, I just Heat Blast. I was going to hold Heat Blast. Automatic. Okay, we're good. To the exit we go. Now we have done another 4 minutes here, so we're at 16 going into the 4th floor. Not going to use anything else at the moment. Hoping I get a strength, but we haven't seen it. 84, 85 tends to be floors that are pretty manageable, because I think you will start seeing Vinthers, which are fun to fight. You still see grenades. You'll see a little bit more of the crawlers, but we can handle the crawlers. Okay. No debuff? No, I think this one. Nope, none. Checking chest right now. Intuition, love it. Getting a lot of intuitions here. Alright, exit is over there. Worm is over here. Chimera's incoming. And looks like nothing else. Okay. 2 worms, so that's not great. Let's check this chest first. Probably take the Chimera because it's going to be the most annoying here. This is Danger Room. Basically, it's a room that we know that potentially has a trap right over there. So I will know that for personal reference here. Pulling the Chimera. No Ricochet. So, okay. So we had mentioned this on the previous floor set. About steel and, like, timing of the steel. Depending on the situation, it would be good to use the steel now, or it would be good to use the steel later. Now, with this floor set, things are going to get progressively harder. But there is quite a lot of things I can handle here without the steel, and there is no debuff on this floor. So you'll see me not pop that steel until basically we've left the floor. And that is our current playbook right now. Because hey, look, it's not even common that I will get a floor where there's no debuffs too, right? So that's also a benefit to me, and I want to definitely take advantage of that when I know I can kill something. And this might be where that separation starts to become apparent in terms of what you're comfortable with, what you've gotten used to, what your experience is. Because I think what definitely catches some people is that it isn't so much the difficulty of the floor, it's that people may start to use a little too much here. Like, they're like, oh, this is scary, okay, let's steal. Oh, you know, let's pop a shank. Okay, let's do a rage, because, like, and that's where you start to bleed out on the palms. And that's where I think you start to run out of things leading into 191. But if we can get through here, you know, kind of fearlessly, but also, you know, with a lot of strategy to get through a lot of stuff here without using too much, still maintaining time, that flight's really good. We're definitely going to use that. And getting to chests, more importantly, you might be able to get through quite a lot here. So this room is going to be really tough for me to get through because the Sprites there and the Crawler's there, and I would want to fight both of them with like a proper loadout. I will be fighting the one more camper because he's manageable, but now I really need to be like, hey, save your Heat Blast for this pull. Because again, I want to fight a Crawler with Heat Blast. I don't want to fight a Sprite without full burst. So it does kind of limit me. So I have 2 Armor Camper that I can poke right now. Ooh, hold on. Gonna wait you. I have 2 Armor Camper that I can poke, that I can build Gauge on. Now, I don't have to worry about the exit, right? Because the exit is full of sound aggro, so that's completely gone. That's a really easy floor. I can get through these 2, though, because they are sound aggro. And if there's only a chest there, which I don't see it. Okay, that's fine. Almost put myself in a spot there. So let's now do the Crawler, so that I can maybe get away with this room and check the thing that's over there. So again, what you're gonna see me do here is I'm not gonna burst until I get a sticky threat. Which I might get it here. Oh. Might get it here though. Oh, I almost got that other one. Okay, this is sticky thread. Now we do Wildfire. Heat Blast will bypass slow because it sets my GCD to that 1 point, that 2 point, whatever it is, 1.5, and that doesn't get affected by slow. Okay, good. Now where's the Sprite looking? Towards the worm. Look at this poison. Look at this poison do work to me. Okay, so now where's the Sprite facing? Sprite's facing kind of towards the thing right now. Okay, I can sneak in. Want to check the chest first? I can fight the Archaear Sword, but not the Sprite. Wow, we've been getting a lot of fights. And this is, again, I'm going to stress this. This is me taking the effort to check these chests. Some people don't take the effort. I think that's where they're missing out on a little bit, you know? Is that you're kind of dumping chests and just kind of getting through, and then you're missing power-ups that are possibly on the floor. And we've definitely benefited off of a lot of chests that have been showing up. Okay, that Sprite just moved, so I'm going to take the Archaear Sword here. Now, if I need another pull, I have a Warmore Campa in that other room. That would be a good one to go for, as opposed to these Sprites. If I go for the Sprite, I need more of a burst. I can totally fight this a lot more calmly, and I do have that steal, so, you know, that's still there too. I'm gonna get a double hit here. I'm gonna Tactician. Fine. I do have my leg graze here, so I'm gonna pop it right now, because it took him a year just to get to me. I'm gonna go away from him. Okay, and the exit's open. So now we pick up the steel and we head on out. Don't need to check that room. There's nothing in the other room. So now we're walking into a flighted floor with steel on. Definitely a huge benefit here, picking up a lot of flights. That has definitely helped. And I don't want to actually keep that at 3. So we will definitely plan to use the flight on the next one after that, so I can sit it at 2. Flight's certainly one that you'll benefit more early versus benefiting later. So think of it this way. Because it still takes you time to get through a flighted floor, right? It could still take you 5 minutes. It could still take you 8 minutes to get off a flighted floor, depending on what's there. You wouldn't want to subject yourself where you're on like 88, 89, and you have like 10 minutes left, and you need like 8 minutes on the boss, and it's like, okay, do I flight now? It's like, no, you don't flight now. Because you're not even gonna, you're probably not even gonna get off the floor with a flight, you know? So the flights are going to be better early. You just have to think of what they do. You have to keep in mind of the advantage of what a flight gives you. So now that we're kind of getting ahead on time a little bit, you know, it's buying us all this extra time because we're taking the most out of it. I don't have to rush to the floor. I can still check all the chests. But now it's definitely putting a big emphasis on flights here. Do I think the devs plan to use the boxes like that? You know, for Palace of the Dead, I don't think so. I think as time moved on with Heaven on High and definitely into Eureka Orthos, I think the strategy of line of sighting became more prevalent. But I don't know. It's a really good question about the boxes earlier with the ice sprites. I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because, that's a treasure room. I need to figure out if that's the exit for them. No, the exit's already here. Okay. Because it's interesting because an example of a design choice... Hold on. Let me pull the sprite now. I can fight a sprite with the steel on. In respect to design choice, in the cave floors in Palace of the Dead, 21 to 40. You can hop into the rocks that are on the outer end, like on the very edge of the rooms. Like there are rocks that you can actually parkour on. But then when you step into 111 to 140, you cannot get on those same rocks that exist on the lower floors. Like it's completely blocked. Like it's like a switch, you know. So maybe you could argue that like, okay, maybe it was intentional. And that they just kind of made it allowable, you know? I mean, there are other things like that tree or the pillars in other rooms where you cannot rely on them in line of sighting at all because they just won't do it. Yeah, maybe there was some thought put into it that you can actually use them for some type of line of sighting. Who knows? Resolution doesn't do me anything. I will try to sneak this chest over here, because a lot of the things are shoved into the middle here, and these crawlers are sound. I just have to stay walking this entire time. It's okay if it's a mimic. Another steel. I have a steel, I think, at the exit, right? So at least I don't have to pass, I don't have to get that one. I'm gonna do a little more here. And then I think I have crawlers. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna once again hold my heat blast. I'm gonna hold my heat blast here and save it for a crawler. It's kind of time management adjacent, I guess, but people really undervalue how much faster you get going through these sets. The more comfortable you get with each mob, 100%. If you have to if you have to stand around deliberating if you're gonna try to fight something and like kind of have this this crisis about that, you're wasting time having a crisis about it. You know, it's like, oh, this thing's gonna be so hard. Do I have enough kiting? Like if you're making all these decisions while standing there, you're wasting time. Now, if you're making those decisions while fighting something, you're not wasting time now, right? It's just, by the time you finish a kill, you kind of already want to know what your next pull is, or you're going to make your way to the next pull, you know? You don't want to deliberate that while standing around, because, again, you do that for every 10 floors. You do that for a 60-minute instance on every single floor, that adds up. I was supposed to flight here, I didn't flight here. Fine, I'll flight the next one. Blinded. Great. On a full floor that I didn't decide to flight, so that's okay. I'm gonna burn the... Oh, that's an ability floor. Actually, that's not that bad. I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do this. Now, we were planning the alterations, but I would definitely think that getting rid of the flights are way more valuable to me now, because I don't want to overcap flight. So, now we're just gonna have to deal with the thing. So I'm gonna fight this through here. Now, here's the problem. I can't do crawlers. I mean, I could do crawlers, but I can't really do crawlers because I don't have Heat Blast, so I want to avoid them now. Just cutting out those seconds of deciding if you can fight X mob and Y condition adds up hugely across the set. Yeah, 100% Willow. I think I probably just verbalized that before reading your message, but yeah, 100%. And you're probably going to see it here, and that's one thing I wanted to mention, which we did at the beginning of this floor set, how when I was doing the initial guide describing all the enemies, what they do, there was a lot of time lost with me just talking about things, you know? Like showcasing it, being like, oh, this thing does this, here, check this out. And a lot of that is losing time, because I have to like, you know, give extra effort in the explanation. With this run now, we've taken that out because this is when it's assuming that you kind of know things, and we're not really going over enemies right now. It's just the strategy of what we're doing, why we're pulling, and you'll probably see us go significantly faster than the live tutorial. Okay, so now this situation. We already had a problem in the live tutorial where I had multiple chimeras coming at me, and we almost ended the run because I just tried to see if I could manage it and it didn't go well. So currently what I'm thinking of right now is that we have 2 coming at me. I'm going to pray that we get this down as soon as we can. If not, a witching is going to come into play. Now, a patrol walking into this room, it's going to have 3 directions that it can go to. It can either go right, left, or middle. So we need to hope that we kind of see which direction it's going in. Additionally, it has the opportunity to go all the way to the end of the room, or it can go... Oh, that's not good. Or it can go kind of like, you know, just at the beginning entrance. So we have to kind of observe which way it goes, because it won't, like, S around the room. It won't, like, walk around the entire room. That's not what it's supposed to do. Oh, that's not good. Okay, I'm gonna get him. Okay, so now we should be okay. I'm gonna watch my left side here. Okay, we're good. Okay, everything's fine. But there's another one coming, so I need to be careful. So now this is like repeating what I had in the live tutorial, which is really interesting. So hopefully I will do better now in terms of managing this. What I'm actually gonna do, you know, think of it like a controller gamer. I'm going to hover my menu to the witching so I can quickly access that, already knowing that there could potentially be a problem. Without having the interrupt, that already made it a problem because I couldn't interrupt that move to avoid it, you know? So now we're gonna watch the Chimera to see which way it goes. It's actually going this way, which isn't good because I picked the wrong way. I may witching immediately because I don't know if I kill it in time. If it goes deeper, I can get... Oh, nope. Here you go. I'm gonna witching now. Okay. So witching was a better play here, but now I need to kite because it is a... What is it? A chicken and a frog? Oh, an imp and a frog. That's fine. I'm assuming I can down this now. I'm gonna turn around to see if another one's coming. A Vinther is coming. A Vinther is a little bit easier to dodge. Smaller hitbox. Still proximity, but also a lot better to kite too. I don't have to worry about him kicking my ass. Okay, so this thing is almost dead. Alright, so now here. It was hard to tell with that Chimera which way it was going. He's going down more middle. Again, if I take the Vinther, it's fine. I can deal with the Vinther. Holding, holding, holding. Sneaking back around here. Dragon Voice in. Okay, we're good. Playing proactive instead of reactive is a very big thing, too. Yes, it is. It 100% is. Not a great spot here. And that right there is an example of that, right? I could foresee the future into this thing becoming an issue. So I had already created the game plan in my head. I think that's something, exactly what Mia mentioned in chat, that is something that can help you in the long run. Is that it isn't that like when the situation happens, now you're scrambling for an answer. You already know the answer. It's just, you're trying to wait to see if this situation presents itself, you know? Best case scenario, I didn't aggro that Chimera, never had to use the Witching, we're good to go. Right? That would be the best case scenario, but that's not what happened. I got the aggro, so immediately the answer was, boom, we're going to do a Witching. No fumbling, no nothing. And that, when we did the live tutorial, that I think is what... Oh, this, okay, we're going this way. This could be dangerous. So I'm going to... There's a potential trap over here. Potential. So I'm going to go the opposite direction. I look up and I see the blocks here, and you also see, like, you also see kind of the way the center looks. That's what we call, the community calls danger room. Anyway, I think that's what caught me last time, because I think when I got to the situation of the double Chimera in the live tutorial, I, fumbled. I think I accidentally used something else before I even got to the Witching. And so it created another GCD of waiting and be like, oh man, like I gotta just hope like nothing else happens, you know? Pretty sure that happened. It could have happened in another thingy, but anyway. I hovered over my cursor, my menu already to the Witching, and boom, we just had to react that way. This is a little bit of a not a great spot here, because I don't have too much kiting, and now I do. Excellent, okay, we're going. Vinther is going that way. So my pulls at the moment, I have the Archaeosaur, who I would want to pull first, before the Vinther, because I could deal with the Vinther without steel. But I would like to have steel for the Archaeosaur, because without any kiting, without any buffs here, this is gonna be a really awful fight. Because I can't leg raise and I can't kill it fast enough. So I'm pulling this right now before the steel goes. I will chase down the Vinthird if I need to. Now with patrols in here, when they go down the middle of a room, there's a high potential that they will lean in one direction or another. So I'm gonna kind of go here and see where the Vinthird's going. See him, he's leaning to his right. I cannot go to the right. I mean, to be fair, it's not gonna be a big deal to deal with this thing. But I would want to do a little bit more damage before I could, because I couldn't go to my right. Oh, I can go this way though. Okay, be careful with my HP here. Gonna hope that the Vinthird kind of leaves. I have my potion coming in. Uh-oh. Okay. Going here. I probably should have just taken the Vinthird, honestly. 36 seconds on that steel. I don't know if I'm gonna deal enough damage here before this thing kind of goes, so we'll see. Kind of think of what I may want to do here. I think I may want to just pop the second Witching or the Strength, unsure. I still will have steel available, so let's just try to see if I can deal with it, huh? Gonna run away from this thing after the pull-in. This one now. I think you will get tail screw on me, but that's fine. Oh, it did. Okay, whew. That was a little tight with the worm because I was worried about the worm, and did still get tail screw, but we were able to sneak in out of here. So the better play there, I think, would have just been to just take the Vinthird. I should have just taken the Vinthird, aggroed it, and just walked with it. Because I was mentioning earlier how the Vinthird would have been easy to kite. So that was kind of a mistake there. I should have just done the Vinthird, but it was okay. We were able to maintain it. Okay, we've walked into the 7th floor with 26 minutes. So we're looking good. I actually didn't do that floor 6 check that I've been doing, but it's okay. You can look at the timestamp when you get there about that. But the rule that I was going with, if you hadn't heard me say it on the previous floors, if I'm over 30 minutes when I walk into the 6th floor, I will plan to try to do something, or I gotta think about going a little bit faster. If I'm under 30 minutes, if I'm under 30 minutes, I will plan to try to do something a little faster. If I'm over 30 minutes, I will try to go on pace. Now, of course, on this floor set, it's a little different because we are being a little bit more aggressive on palms, just because we know that we have to use something to help us out. So we're kind of putting it in our ball field, in our choicing, and trying to make those decisions ahead of time, so that we don't start kind of panicking when we start losing time, you know? Okay, Serenity's there. Kind of the side here. I could deal with the Scorpion, but there's another Chimera, so I'd rather deal with that. Got my Lust back, that's really good. Chimera's moving away from me, so that's fine. Another Lust. There's another Chimera here. 87 to 89, we tend to call the Chimera nests, because the Chimeras make a return, and they definitely seem a lot more common than they had been in the previous couple floors, which is a benefit here. Now, we could have been kind of, you know, cursed with like worms and scorpions for the entire flighted floor, but we did get a little blessed here that it did show up as 3 mimics at the bare minimum. And I know I can deal with a scorpion full burst without strength and steel. That I've actually done before now, so if I need to, I can do that. And that's also where that experience comes in with what Willow says. Knowing what you can fight in a certain situation can really change the composure of the whole run. You know, if you're kind of fearing all these enemies that are going to kick your butt, that doesn't help. Then you have to you're like, okay, well, I need to use this, I need to use that, but having the confidence of handling things without stuff will go a long way. I'm gonna see if there's a chest there, but it doesn't seem like it. Got another light. So it's interesting now. I think I will commit to the, I'm gonna commit to the altar. I'm gonna maybe think about flighting 89 because of the high chance of chimeras, but let's commit to the altar on the next floor. Yeah, and let's plan to flight 89 here, but the flights have been insane. Now, granted, we haven't really picked up much else in variety. Now, the mimics have been low, I'd say that. Didn't see a rage. Only saw 1 steel, only saw 1 strength, so we're not getting the benefit of that. We've been getting through without steel this entire floor set, up till now. Rams for is out. That's a chest. I just don't know what chest it is. Okay. So now I have choices here. I have done a worm without strength and steel, but I would trust myself with a scorpion more than a worm at the moment. I'm gonna wait for a couple of my things to come in. My wildfire is not gonna be available, but that's fine. Here's actually one strat we can do because we have the lust to kind of help me out. I'm gonna open with the lust, but I'm only gonna do about one hit, and then we start our kiting things. We have some strategies we can do on the scorpion to kind of avoid the tail screw, which I will implement here. This was a Serenity. Okay, so I'm gonna pop a potion here. This is a no strength, no steel scorpion. If I die, then I will do something else. Popping it with 1. Okay, gonna get pulled in here. Okay, gonna sprint here. Running away. Oh, still got hit. Gonna be careful here because it is bound. I'm gonna wait for my cooldown to come in. I actually may wait for the slow to kind of get away from here. Alright, it's coming in. It's gonna do it's gonna do the pull-in. Gonna tactician. Gonna arms tank as well. It's gonna probably get another tail screw off. I do have a potion here. Just don't drag me through the room. Okay, good. Except it dragged me through the thingy, but there we go. We got him down. Not how I would have wanted to do it. I think it was a better play to do the bind first to run away from it so we avoid the tail screw, but the bind did afford us with a backup strat where we were able to just kind of stay away with it and buy our time with the HP. So that's where bind comes. Oh god, I had to do this again. Okay. Didn't want me to get out of here, so we'll do with this. Holding. Gonna wait for the tail screw. Out of sight. Okay, good. Nice. That's 2 scorpions, no strength, no steel. And when you know you can do that, that's huge, right? I mean, that really opens a lot of doors. Like this, I think in the past this would have been an instant steal for me, but not anymore. Should arms length the first suck to slow the tail screw cast? Yes, yeah, that would be a good plan. I would not disagree with that one. Alright, 2 frost dragons. Now, actually 3 of them. No, there's a worm in here. I altered this. A lot of not great options here. So this is the exit. So now, with this situation here, because of the options here, and actually we're at 19 minutes, so time is not entirely the greatest. I may consider doing a double dip here, in terms of rage. But I don't think I get to the altar room. These guys are not moving, but I also cannot get past them right now. So I'm going to sight here. We're planning the double rage right now. What I'm hoping for is a luring trap. That's what I want right there. I can sneak behind the frost dragons, which I'm going to do right now. We're just going to pass on the other rooms. We're going to do a double dip here. I'm not going to use anything into the next floor because we'll just like kind of ride the rage here. So what's going to suck here is I have multiple worm bogeys that are going to shoot at me right now all at the same time. So it's really going to be a pain in the ass. I will want to get a couple kills here, then move into this room thereafter. So, timing-wise, I had to think this through, right? I didn't want to do this right away. I want to wait for the 3 of them to volley me, and then I'll rage. Like that. Okay, good. Now let's go. Rage. Oops. Oh, that's a little early. Fine. Okay, give me this one. Okay, that's gonna give me 8 kills, possibly. I'm gonna pass on that other one, so hopefully we're out in 8. We kill this one. So the luring trap was huge. The sight was a very deliberate choice here because I was hoping for a luring trap, which we got. I hope I don't need that other. Okay, we don't. So double dip rage successful, but we are hoping that the next floor doesn't give us a no knockback, which is possible. Okay. There is a debuff here. Okay, could be worse. Then we're going this way because that's a dead end. Again, Chimera Nest. What did I say? There's a lot of Chimeras here? Wasn't kidding. Oh, can I get a couple of these Scorpions out of the way? Well, one of the Scorpions out of the way. Maybe two? No, just one. Okay, so at least we got 3 kills. Now, I'm going to take that, and we do have a lot of options to kill, because there is going to be a lot of Chimeras floating around. What did the other room have? The other room had... I don't think it had a... Oh, crap. Well, it had a Chimera, that's what it had. Gonna interrupt that, because I'm not in a good spot here. Okay, I need to observe where this one's coming from. Look at all the Chimeras, dude. I gotta hope that I can dodge this in the correct direction. Okay, he's going that way, so I'm gonna go this way. Gives me some time, I can make it back to the spawn room. Time is pretty good. 16 minutes, I should hopefully get out of here maybe with about 12 minutes on the clock. Even with all of those flights, by the way, the palms look really, really good going into 191, but even with all those flights, we actually still kind of, you know, was at, like, normal time, if you will. Probably ahead of time, but pretty normal. Like I said, we didn't get a lot of strength and seals, just got a lot of flights, but that was us checking chests, which is important. Okay, so I want to kill the Chimeras coming at me, not away from me. So this is the next pull here. I gotta buy myself time before the other ones come at me. So there's 2 that could come at me. Well, make that 4. Sorry, 4. I didn't mean 3. I meant 4. 2 of them are coming at me right now. One is going away. One's going into that room. And I've already killed like 3 of them. So maybe it's just 1. That's fine. This is the spawn room. Dragon Voice in. Is there a worm here? There is a worm. So I want to be careful with that because I don't want to go too far into this room because I'm gonna get sniped by the room by the worm. Rand's voice, that one is coming in this direction. Okay, this should die before this becomes a problem. I'm okay with getting hit with the worm here. Okay. I had talked about earlier that, like, if we were gonna kind of go on plan, I was gonna alter 88, and then we were gonna flight this one. But that was also taken into consideration that I wasn't going to rage. But because of the way the enemies were, I wanted to rage there. Hold on. I'm gonna just kind of zoom past this one. I'm gonna hope I can beat out this thing. Excellent. That was a little tight. I don't think I would recommend that. But that was a little tight. But that buys me a lot of kiting time right now. I was going to flight if I didn't have to rage, but I had to rage because it wasn't looking like a good floor. The way the dragons were looking on the previous set were going to basically cancel me out from being able to travel to the right side. There is a little strategy we do sometimes if enemies like the flood dragons are not moving. You can actually do a witching. It makes their hitboxes smaller, and that they will actually start to move because they're not stuck, you know, within each other's hitbox. So that's one strat I could have done, but I only have 1 witching, so I wouldn't have done that. If I had more witching, I would have considered that going through. So there definitely is a lot more chimeras here because I just noticed that there's a room that goes to the left in the donut room. So I'm like, oh, there weren't that many chimeras. No, there's still a lot of chimeras. Okay, waiting to see where this one goes. This is going straight. Okay. Oh, I actually didn't pay attention to that thing. I was focused in on this other chimera here. The movement here, again, it's very strategic, right? We're trying to make sure that I don't get caught in between a number of chimeras all at the same time. So we're definitely watching where they're coming from. I gotta watch this one where it's going, and I know this one coming back right now. Oh, I'm a little close there. It's going away from me, so I'm gonna pull this one coming up if I need to, which I don't. There were not any chests I can get to at all, so we're just gonna go to the boss now. Okay, we're just gonna go to the boss, straight up. Yeah. I will have the bomb chart kind of on the actual video when we get it up here. But for the sake of the guys watching, there's the bomb chart. Okay, so we're going to redo the Lust strategy that I failed on the live tutorial, which is opening with Lust here on the first bomb. Mostly so I can get it on video, and hopefully it doesn't fail again, but we had a really catastrophic situation on the live tutorial where it did not go anywhere near as planned. But we're gonna do it here, because I want to get it in, so let's do it. This is going to be a harder Lust strategy, and this is unnecessary if your time is really good. Like, if your time is really good, then you don't have to do this. Now, if your time is really bad, like you're actually running low on time, this might be a consideration that you might do. So what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna pop a potion. Oh, pop a potion, didn't do it. Okay, a little late, but that's fine. I'm gonna pop a Lust here. I'm gonna get, I guess, one hit here, because I was mishitting my buttons here. One Lust and the sap comes in. They die in 4 shots, so I'm gonna get 4 shots on the ad here. This is a lot safer. 1, 2, 3 on 4. Okay. Now we get here to get to 4, and we get here to get to 5. Dump out. Okay, more or less okay. I just kind of mishit my button there. Definitely doing the super potion, or the whatever potion you're sitting on, right before the burst was a lot safer. And basically you're hitting the bomb ad on top of trying to get the ad down all at the same time. So that's kind of the more advanced Lust strategy. I would say in terms of like uptime, it's probably going to be the best one to utilize. But in terms of risk value, it's certainly up there. We'd already done an attempt without even using Lust at all, and that might be ideal for most people, especially if you get up here with enough time. And now it's going to be pretty straightforward. So what you're going to see me do here, first and foremost, we're not going to ricochet, that's for sure. I'm going to sprint on this pull here. And basically what we're aiming to do is we're aiming to use all of our Lust on this fight, because we're not really using Lust anywhere else. But we're not going to go with the 5 hits like we just did. All we're going to do is we're going to time the Lust timer, get it close to about 10 seconds, and then just hit 1 Lust to re-up the timer on the Lust, and then empty out. And just to kind of keep the vulnerability going. We don't have to hit so many times just to get the 5 in. Just do it before the thing wears out. Okay, so I'm going to wait for a sap here. I'm going to pop a potion. And I'm going to do the next Lust right now. So it's at 10, 12, 11, 10. We do 1, it's going back to 90 seconds right here. That's all I gotta do. So the initial thingy of getting the Lust on is the harder part, right? Trying to get all 5 hits. But even if you do the alternative Lust strategy where you're doing it between the saps, you can just do the 1 hit with Lust, and that's a lot better too. Just to kind of re-up it. Next bomb ad is going to be to the southeast here. Well, southeast based on the gate. If we're using the gate as north, we're going southeast over here. Watching your ricochet, gonna use mine now so it doesn't become a problem. Good. And in comparison to us doing this without the Lust at all, this is definitely gonna die a lot faster, because the Lusts are obviously gonna help big time. But again, your kind of only concern here is to do this within a Shank Steel. And when you're just talking about trying to make it through the fight, trying to continue the run, getting a lower risk is probably more ideal than anything, right? So, next bomb ad come in. I have a drill for it. Gonna pop the drill here. Looking good on our damage intake. It's gonna do the sap. Gonna get some time to get my HP back. Okay, gonna wait for the next sap here, and then we're gonna pop the next Lust, the final Lust that we have available to us. Okay, gonna do that. Gonna do this. Dump for the 1 hit. Perfect. Okay, Tank Buster coming in after this one. That is the 3rd sap. Tank Buster, I could Tactician, but our HP is capped, so we don't have to go crazy on it. Gonna burn the Heat Blast and the Ricochet here, so we don't actually run into any issues. Again, no Ricochet on the ad. Don't want to deal with it. Next one is going to be to the northeast, so I'm gonna bring him a little bit closer over here. Perfect spot here. Boom, good. Now look at the boss. The boss is basically already dead with the 4 Lusts. We may just get shy of the 4th ad, where on the no Lust you were getting to the 5th red bomb. I didn't sprint here, didn't sprint. May have the potion now. We're fine. I have not much of a burst leading into the ad here. Got a potion here. Okay. Have a drill coming up. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna drill this one. No reassemble on this one. Okay, good. This thing might die before we even get to the bomb. That's the benefit of Lust. If you're kind of throwing a comparison of like, should I Lust, should I not Lust? Here's the one comparison here where this boss just got obliterated. Like, it's just gone. But I think I would still lean into suggesting the idea of doing it just not using Lust at all. You know, that initial Lust, you can see that can get a little terrifying. But even if you have a couple Lusts, even if you do like 2 shots of Lust and dump it out, that's still better than none, right? And you're not really using the Lust too much going into the next set either, so this might be a good spot. But you have options, you know, kind of decide what strategy you want to go for. Hopefully we presented all of them. There you go. So that is 181 to 190. The palms look very, very good. Welcome to the last set, 191 plus, 191 to 200. Now, something to take away from our previous floor set into this one. The palms look very, very good. But we also, I would say we didn't really get that great RNG. We didn't see a single rage. We only had 1 strength and 1 steel the entire time. We only picked one up. We used one of Behemoth, so we were sitting at 2-2. We picked one of each, and we never had to use it. So we basically I think we went through that entire floor without strength and steel. And so I would say what kind of was the winner from the last set was knowing what we can handle and also pushing our limits to a little bit. We did 2 scorpions, no strength, no steel. We did expend a rage just because the situation was bad. We got a ton of flights though, so the flights really probably helped us out. Like if I didn't get nearly as many flights, you probably would have seen me use a lot more pomanders there to get through. Maybe be at 1 rage as opposed to 2 here, but we worked with what the game gave us. So now going into this floor set, our palms look really good, but we still want to be a little bit in that conservative mode. Not conservative because we don't want to use them, more like if you can get away with a lot of things without using stuff, then it'll feel better and better towards the end. Like in the beginning set here that you'll see with the course patrols, a rule of thumb that I like to go for, if you see 3 or more, do a resolution. And those are probably the only enemy in here on Machinist that I am not comfortable pulling without steel. With strength maybe, but I will not pull them without steel. We actually pull literally everything else without steel, even in the live tutorial, even a Gravekeeper, Gubu, Knight, Bicep, all of them no steel. And with enough kiting room and no debuffs, we were able to handle them. Having that knowledge is huge. I mean, you may even think about maybe front-loading the steel, get it to 1, handle all the course patrols, get yourself to 194, and then deal with everything after that. That's a consideration here. So we'll see what the game has to offer us. We'll see how we manage it here. We're not going to be afraid of any chests as we climb up. We could still get kind of punched in the face with debuffs, so serenities will be important. Try to get through as much as you can without using those serenities until you start getting to the deeper floors, and then we'll go from there. Let's give it a shot and let's see what goes in. Again, I'll talk about as much as I can as we go through the run. Hopefully it'll help you guys on your own run. So 191 plus, let's do it. If you haven't done it, food check, potion check if you haven't entered yet, and now we're doing the raising check. Make sure the raising is in. Okie dokie, that's a treasure room, but is it in my way? No, it's not. So this treasure room looks nasty, but I don't have to deal with it. Opening with a chest here. Flight. Opening flight already. Look at this. The flights have been strong on this floor set. On this file. So I'm not getting to that chest. Forget it. Like, I could squeeze around there, but there's so much problems with the mummies over here. So let's just see what's behind us. Okay. So we have this. What I actually recommend, keep your strengths at 1. Keep the heals at 2 until the situation kind of is like, okay, you should probably steal. And I would say a steal goes out in this floor set if you're presented with a really bad debuff floor, because it will also mitigate a Serenity. So think of it like this. I am going to use the steal so I don't have to use the Serenity. That's where you want to use it for. Everything else here should be manageable without the steal if there's no debuffs. Again, except the course patrols, but our answer to the course patrols, if there's a lot of them, is that we use a resolution. So we want to have all those kind of plans in play and try to see which one is going to work for the proper situation. So the strength, I'm leaving at 1. It'll be good in case, like, later on, we get into, like, I would like to have one if I have to end up doing a resolution. Or, like, later on, like, let's say we do a lot of resolutions on, like, last 3, I'd like to have a strength for that one. So that's where you're going to see me use the strength there. Okay. Ow. Oh, I'm not healing, that's funny. I'm going to... Oh, there's 2 course patrols right now, so I'm going to bypass them. Actually, there's a room over here, too. They're not necessarily going in that direction. Hold on, let's see what's over here. The exit is actually over here, so let's just see where these course patrols go. Oh man, they're alternating. Oh boy. Oh no. I'm gonna go into this room. I kind of put myself in a pickle here. Okay, I'm gonna pull the hippograph. I can deal with this no steal with kiting. Now, here again, we're gonna watch the lean of the patrol to see which way it's leaning, to see which way I need to dodge. I'm not healing. Okay, so now I'm gonna observe to see which way is it going. What we're gonna do actually, which is gonna be an interesting strategy, is I'm gonna do a bind here. It is leaning, kind of, not really, it's not really leaning in one direction, so I'm gonna go this way. It should not aggro, but aggroes, I'm actually just gonna die. So it actually went dead center, which is really nice. Okay, clear on the hippograph, no problem there. The course patrol is going towards the dead end, so that's fine. I'm gonna check the chest first. It is a steal. Okay, thought process here. Keep your steal at 2. I said that earlier, right? So if the steal is gonna be kept at 2, you can totally use it now. Even if you just have, you don't want to overcap. So this does open the door for me to kill some courses, but and we got a strength back, so that's really good. Checking these chests, nothing else here. So now the steal opens us up to handle the course patrol. I'm gonna do a steal now, so that it sits at 2. Let's go. More than likely, I take care of the patrol coming. Ooh, that one's coming back already, so maybe I take care of that one. That one's gonna be sooner. Patrols go out here, so I don't have to, you know, worry about them running around. That's why I want to take care of them. Although if it goes this way, then I'm not gonna deal with it. Okay, I'm gonna deal with this one. Tactician up here. Now here I basically... Ooh, it went out actually that way. Oh my god, it just zerbated me. That's fine. So, what I was about to say is, what I want to do now is that I basically checked a majority of these rooms. It didn't seem like there were chests in the other rooms as well. So I'm just gonna make my way to the exit. Now, it's something that just came across my mind. Might have been a good idea to open with a fortune here. Which I did not do. I'll probably try to fortune on the next... Well, no, the next floor is flight, so maybe I don't fortune there. But it would have been a good idea to fortune on this floor in particular. I'm not gonna do it now because I'm a number of kills out of here. But you can see with the steal on, this is way more manageable. And what I want to do here is I want to make it close to the exit and see what we gotta pull. Right now, it's 2 sight enemies and 1 fly trap. So there's a possibility one of these hippogriffs might give me a small problem. We shall see. But I'm gonna make my way here. If I need to do another kill, we just clear out this room. We got damage with the steal on. I'm gonna pull this one right now. No hesitation here. Keeping the kill count moving in. If I need another pull, it definitely is the hippogriff because I can walk past the fly trap no problem. Now the kill count, which I haven't mentioned leading into this floor, we were kind of saying the average was like 5 to 7. But now in this floor, you're kind of looking closer to 6 to 8. The kill count will feel higher. Like, you can actually get upwards of like 13, 14 to get off the floor. Which would be just, you know, really bad if that happens. But you kind of want to increase that average of like how much you may need to get off of here on this floor set. It's a thing. Which is one reason why I mentioned this in the live tutorial, that I don't like doing double dip rages. We like double dip rages prior to this floor set, because of how high the kill count can be. It can get a little annoying trying to rely on a double dip. Now, you can do it. It's possible. But you may want to either A, just get lucky, or B, like, thin out some enemies, like maybe kill enemies in like another direction, and maybe push it to like 3, maybe even 4, then do a double dip rage if you want to go that route. But yeah, I don't like doing it here. I kind of just like doing full floor rages going in. Alright, so now it's just clearing up all the kills. I'm just not going to stop killing. If I need another kill, then we go. So the next floor is going to be flighted. I'll burn an affluence here. Maybe we get lucky here. We'll go with it. Off this floor. I didn't see what the time was, but we're into the next one. Like, one of the important things here, as mentioned in the beginning, we want to mitigate the Serenity as much as possible. You want to get deeper and deeper into the floor before you even start thinking about doing a Serenity. So this one, if I walked in here without the steal, I would have decided to steal now, so that I can get past the gloom floor. That would be definitely the choice here. Would you sight and hit a lure trap intentionally and avoid it due to enemy damage input? No, I would hit a lure trap here. But the thing is, you want to be very tactical with it. Like, okay, here's a very specific example, Arya. You wouldn't want to G-City an enemy and then hit a luring trap while your thing is on cooldown. You want to hit the luring trap with a fresh G-City, because the moment it spawns, I'm gonna try to fight this. The moment it spawns, you want to eliminate one of them already, and then it becomes a little bit of a priority thing, right? So, for example, see this course patrol? If I hit a luring trap and it's one course patrol, 2 mummies, what's the order of kill? You get rid of the course patrol first. Why do you get rid of the course patrol first? Because its first move is a gap closer. It has to die first. The mummies, they don't get into their abilities until later. So you have to be a little bit tactical there as well, you know? In terms of like what's going to obliterate you sooner than later. But you definitely want to, if you're going to hit a luring trap, you do it when you're not in the process of killing something else. You have to do it like clean, you know? But I would still do it on this floor, 100%. Okay, so this is flighted. I'm gonna make my way to the opposite room. And we're gonna deal with what's over here. Again, you're gonna see, I'm just pulling things, man. I'm not really too fearful about what we're fighting. As long as we fight something. Ooh, that's good. Okay, so that does open a lot of doors, but we're kind of okay. We've just only gotten, we've kind of only gotten, what do you call it? Intuitions here. So I'm gonna burn one of the alterations. One of the things with the alterations is I like using them early, I don't like using them late. Think of it like this, our strategy for 180, 1+, we use the flights early, and then we use the alterations later. It is like it's reversed on this set. I will use the alterations early, unless you get an overcap, and we'll use the flights potentially, well actually we'll use the flights more middle ground. But the reason here is because I don't want to deal with mimics on the last 3 floors when a vast majority of enemies are resolution. Not to mention, I don't want to put myself in a spot where I get a treasure room mimics on the later floors, because there's a high chance to get a treasure room on this set already. You already saw one at the very beginning. So that's why you'll never really see me do an alter later, unless we're really in a dire situation. And it's like, if we don't do it, the run ends. Like, that's where it's like, okay, toss an alteration, who, you know, it's a gamble, right? So we'll burn it off here. And then what you see me do is we're gonna flight and burn off all of the flights starting on this floor set. On this floor, rather. So 94, 95, 96 are all gonna be flighted. 10 minutes into the first 10, and we have a treasure room right in front of me. That is also the exit. Is that treasure room? Wait, I altered. No, that's not a treasure room. That is mimics up there, though. I see the mimics. Onyx Dragon's gonna go out first. Yes, I am gonna fortune this floor. Thank you for reminding me, Jack Nader. Yes. So, I'm really bad with fortune, so I'm grateful that chat is there to cover me. But it would definitely be a good time to burn a fortune. Really, just burn it here. I mean, you don't even want to save it for a rage. If you're gonna use the rages on the last floors, like I usually go for, you would want to burn the fortunes early, just so maybe you get something back. This room in particular is a little nasty in terms of trying to dodge a patrol, so we might get lucky here. Go save. Oh, that's a problem. I'm okay though, I can heal. I tried to interrupt it and it was late and then it didn't go through. Okay, so now here, I don't want to hesitate on this one. Okay, let's pull this now while I sell the steel on. Not much kiting room, but it's okay. I have a spot here. Oh, the Evil Eye? Yes, it does a tarot. So, the rotation of an Onyx Dragon is that it will open with Evil Eye into Miasma Breath. If you get hit with the Terror, you are almost certain to die from the Miasma Breath. Now, later in its rotation, which we were later into its rotation, it actually flips it. It does Miasma Breath first, and then it does Evil Eye. So in that case, that's why I was able to survive, because it didn't follow up with Miasma, but it still was chunking me for quite a lot. Don't have much running room here, but we'll be okay on this Onyx Dragon. It is meant to be a bit of a wombo combo. It's supposed to trap you into the breath. That's basically the existence of that move. dealing with the Onyx Dragons because they're much easier to do. I would be willing to fight the Hippogriff because I do have Sprint available. So right now, kill order is the following. We dealt with the 3 Onyx Dragons, right? Hippogriff is 4. Miracle to get out at 4. Possible, but extremely low. I have 2 kills to my right, which are going to be a Mummy and a Hippogriff, which I quickly recognize. Killable enemies, no problem there. If I need more, then we start handling the Mimics, because they're directly in front of me. But I'm basically not really getting off of like these 3 rooms. Oh, sorry, it's an Onyx Dragon and a Mummy, even better. So that puts me at 6, which is the little bit of a lower average to get off the floor. The Mimics would give me 7, 8, and 9, assuming that there's 3 or 4 in that room. So that would be enough to get off this floor. Now, if there's a patrol, I do need to dodge it because I did lose the steel. But that's already the kill count. Additionally, I don't think I checked the gold chest yet, so that could be contributing to the kill count if it's a Mimic, right? So we gotta check that before the exit opens. Again, Miracle open here if it does open. Oh, that's 4. That's the low ball. That's a low count there, and we did get a Mimic anyway. But I was willing to do that considering we had gotten out so quickly. Oh, that's a problem. I need a trap. Yeah, 4 is definitely very, like, that is the lowest kill count you can get. But to get it on 191, that, you're gonna just, like, just be happy about that. Because that is, you could be here for 14 kills, 13 kills, you know? You could be here for literally, 3 to 4 times as long. But we got out of here pretty quickly, so that's really nice. I hit the trap, so, actually, I can use this room, I forgot. Okay, we can use this room, so I'll just do that. Okay, so next floor, that's the first one we're gonna get flighted. And then we flight all the way up, we expand the flights, they are going to 0. We have nothing past 200, so we're gonna burn everything. They're the Mimics, by the way, there are 3 of them, 4 of them, I think there's 4 of them. But luckily it's not in our way, but I can handle them if they were. Okay, next floor is flighted, let's move. 15 minutes into the first 3, pretty good. Okay. Debuffs? Good. Alright, so we're gonna do Bicep because it's proximity. Again, I know I can handle this one, especially with the HP up, it's almost like a mini steal. I take the first tank buster here coming in. No problem. Comes in with Catapult. Buys some time to heal back here. You can heavy it, no problem. No hesitation. Mummy will have to go as well because it is it is proximity. But the other reason here, even though it just moved out of the way, this opens the door for me to kite back to spawn room if needed. And it doesn't look like I had a great kiting room in the next hallway. And I would love to have the kiting room so we could totally bring it back. Aramon here is probably the other enemy that I would be afraid to deal with without steel. With Strength on, I think I'll be a little bit more confident. But that is one enemy that I would prefer not to deal with because I don't have steel on. Because it just does consistent damage. Gonna let it go by. Onyx Dragon would be next because it's blocking me from the right room. But I could get to the room in front of me. So if the exit's there, then it's not that big of a deal. I'm gonna try to see if I can eye it. Oh, this is a 4 room. Okay. Let me see. No. Exit's there. Okay, so this one has to go. So I want to work towards the exit, especially if you're looking to save time. Prioritize getting to the exit. So we kill this. This is number 3. And then my next kill would want to be that Onyx Dragon because it's on top of it. There is also a gold chest there, so I would want to check that one to see if it is. And that, you know, if it's a Mimic, it's whatever. The Onyx Dragon does have to die regardless because it's too much on the exit. I mean, I could get lucky, but we're going to plan to kill the Onyx Dragon. Okay, exit's open in 3. I'm going to set up the next floor in the flight. But again, we're not quite out of the clearing yet. If that dragon moves towards something... Okay, I'm going to pull the dragon. I really would like to check that chest just in case. Might get something good, might get another strength, you know? And I'm ahead on time. And this is one thing, especially if you're on your first clear, trying to go for that first clear, you still want to give yourself a good advantage, right? I mean, do I have to get that chest? No, not really. I mean, my palms are really, really good, but hey, look, if This also assumes that you're gonna play at like this level of like, you know, efficiency and confidence. Like if you're still very unsure about things, this chest could give you something that will give you a little bit of an edge, you know? Serenity, don't need it. So hey, if you use Serenity up till now, you're getting that back, so that's not bad, you know? Going into 95, 43 minutes left. Multiple debuffs, but it depends on what it is. Okay, so this one is interesting. Okay, I'm going to try to get through here. At least I have a couple Onyx, like a lot of Onyx Dragons. So we're gonna utilize the donut room, but my other issue here is the patrol that I think I saw floating around. More than likely, this ends in a Serenity, but that's okay. We have 5 floors, right? 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. I have 3 Serenities, so at least if I can get through 2 of these floors moving forward without using a Serenity, we're good. What has me concerned here is the HP down. Amongst anything else, it's the HP down, and that patrol floating around. I'm gonna hover over the Serenity just in case. We're gonna utilize this donut room to kind of get advantage here, because this is what the donut room is gonna be for. I am losing strength, which is also not going to help the situation, but we'll see. I also have to worry about the patrol that will be flying back out of here. So I want to actually take my time here. The patrol is not coming this way. We pull another Onyx Dragon. Let's go. There's 3 of them. So I might get lucky to get out of here without using the Serenity. And man, if I can get out of here without the Serenity... Oh, now we're down to 4 floors with 3 Serenities, and I just have to get through 1 more, and we have Serenity all the way through, right? How huge it is. You know, how huge is it to push those limits right now? And this is afforded because of the donut room. Like, if I did not have this room, this would have been a very easy Serenity in my opinion. I could get crit and die. I dodged! I think I would have just died. I'll keep going. I'll take a death. If I die, I can raise again. I dodged. Oh my gosh. Okay. Waiting. Now, this is a suggestion that I make for lots of people. That, okay, this room is really bad. But I think it benefits you more, especially when you're with the raising, to just try it. Now, this, again, is dire, and this is a flighted floor. But it's a dire situation, but you may surprise yourself. Maybe you pull one thing, you have some favorable enemies, and you're like, oh, actually, maybe not half as bad as I thought. And you might surprise yourself. You know, and it's like you're willing, like I'm willing to die to try this out. That's what I'm thinking of right now. I'm willing to die to try this out. So, and I have the other raising as a thing, and this isn't just this specific type of debuff. You know, this could be other debuffs that are available too. And it might help you save a Serenity even if you go a little slower, especially if you're ahead on time like we are right now, you know? Oh! Okay. I probably still end up Serenity because that's 3 kills, and I'm not going to do that with anything. Well, there's a dragon there. So we end up Serenity anyway because I don't have any good options here. If I got through, I could have probably done the Wraith. I just saw the Wraith up there. Okay. But if I got through in those 3 kills, which we had been, then I would have been so good. But now we just ended up using one, so that's okay. We'll pull this one. That's right, the last 4 floors, I have enough safeties and sights all the way through, especially because we've kept it around here. Ow. Again, using the advantage of the donut room here to kind of take advantage of this enemy so we don't take as much, but now we have healing, so it's okay. And, like, that's another way to think of it, right? Okay, so we ended up using the Serenity anyway. You can argue, like, well, I should have just used it at the beginning, but hey, look, maybe you would have gotten lucky and gotten out from the 3 kills, you know? You take it. Okay, got through the floor. And actually, it's 5 kills. This is a high kill flighted floor. I want to flight the next one too, but this is a high kill flight. So this knight won't give me a problem. Okay, let me try to get an Onyx Dragon here. Well, no, you know what? We'll just do a Knight. It's a good showcase too. We'll do a Knight. I'm not really afraid of a Knight, so we'll pop a Knight. Stay in for the donut death spiral. Yeah, you could get double crit in a row too. That's 100% true. Yeah, I mean I did dodge that one attack that should have killed me, so you know got lucky there. But hey, it's one of those things where it's like it's not really a sure answer, right? I mean it just comes up to like a little bit of luck, a little bit of RNG either way. Ow! So I need to be above 5k. That's what the game is telling me. To be above 5k. Okay. Waiting for the patrol to get on out of here, then we proceed to the next floor. 37 into 6 is pretty dang good, with our 2 rages and our resolutions all in the bank. That is a respawn. But it moved away from me, nice. The chest in the donut room was an intuition. I didn't bother with it. I did check it again too. Just to make sure, but my memory was pretty good. Okay, safety here. Resolution! Okay, resolution. So it's gonna be a little painful for the resolution here. I think what I may want to try to do is I do want to get the steal on. Yeah, let's get the steal on for the resolution. No strength though, gonna pop a potion, tactician. Now we're gonna take care of the knight first. It's a priority kill anyway because it is on top of the exit. But we take care of the knight first. And then I'll do the the stunnable Goo-Goos after this one. So with the initial initial resolution there, I wanted to predict movement. I wanted to predict where it's going to be on the second hit, and then it's going to be on top of me by the third hit. So usually it's like, you know, spawn location, middle of between you and the enemy, and then on you. That's kind of how I kind of plan it with my resolutions. Here we got 2 Goo-Goos, which I can AoE pull here if they don't move away from each other. Yeah, that's good. Go. I will check this chest, by the way, after we hop out. There's an Airmon coming in to ruin my day, which is great. But this is flighted, so I could be out in 4. We are out in 4. I'm just gonna go. Got the resolution back again, so that's good. Won't use anything. Like I said, the alterations here, I'm not using it. Now, with the 2 rages coming in, I could finish off with the 2 rages on the last 2, but I'll actually just plan to just use 1 so we can take the next 2, just in case you don't have 2 rages. Auto heal disable does cause a little bit of an interesting issue here because of the you don't get the heal back. So here, what might be interesting is instead of like a planned resolution, because in your transformations here, if you take damage, you don't heal it back. I mean, unless you're doing it within the 30 seconds, which you can get from sustaining potions. So let's just assume I only have 1 rage. So again, I'm going to plan for 1 rage instead of 2. You actually probably want to think about doing a rage here, because it's going to be a lot easier to try to take off and pick off things. Maybe you get hit once or twice, you can probably manipulate the aggro, but I would say I would probably get hit less with a rage than I would with a resolution, you know? Like, okay, example, I think there's a knight here. Okay, if I run into this knight with a rage, he might hit me with an auto attack. In a resolution, it'll probably get its double attack in. You know, that's a difference. So I'd rather get hit with just the auto attack than getting hit with the double, right? So okay, let's plan it out here. I was gonna see if I can check that gold is fine. We're gonna do the 1 rage here. Okay, good pull there. Gonna let it come to me for this one. Okay, running away from it as it comes in. Hopefully we can mitigate some auto. There you go. Good, good, good. Clean so far. So I am running away from it with purpose there, hoping that maybe it doesn't quite catch up to me and I could hit it. Aggro here. Running away. Oh, that one hit me. It's fine. Waiting for the Aramon to kind of get on here. Hit him. Okay. It also is a good idea to try to aggro something from behind. And the reason here is that they have to turn to get to you, so that could mitigate some time for them hitting you. So think of it that way too. If you aggro them from the front, there's a good chance they'll just like get to you, but here if I get this back, they have to turn around before they can get to you. Alright, so clean rage, a lot safer than the resolution here. Taking it, going to the next floor. 33 minutes into 98. time is, we're flying through the floor. But we did a lot of the early bits. You know, this is where it isn't just about getting through the floor, right? We have basically curated this run so that we walked in with all of these really, really good palms, and now we're using it here at the end for the finale, right? So, but also having that comfort of knowing you can fight so many things without, like, you know, the steel and just killing things kind of helps as well. So, okay, so I want to wait for this Gravekeeper to come in. Now, what I'm looking to do here is I want to solo pull the Knight out of this room. I want to wait for the Gravekeeper to get on out of here, right? Pull the Knight out of this room so that I can then get the Gubus together who are going to be stunned. And then I can do like a solo pull for the rest of them. But I want to pull this out first. Suffering early on to make last floors more comfy is usually my rule. Yeah, it really is. And I mean, it really helps, especially in all the deep dungeons in particular. Luckily in Palace, though, it's a little bit more, I would say, relaxed here versus Heaven on High and EO, where I feel like Heaven on High and EO, that's a little bit more important to do. But here, I would say not as much. I mean, it certainly helps. I mean, it's really nice to walk into the last set just feeling very comfortable, you know? I think that should clip both of them. As long as they don't move in the process. Okay, good. Okay, 2 down. This is a full floor. Now we can deal with the Gravekeeper here. That is the exit as well. Again, on its original position, on a predicted position in between me and the enemy, and then on me because it's going to get to me. Look at that damage. I should survive another Tank Buster. Wait, let me do it this way. I'll do another Resolution coming out of here. Middle here. On me. Nice, we get interrupted. I'm not gonna take a risk there. I will dump this after this to get the heal up. Okay, so now I want to check chests. I'm gonna deal with mimics if they show up. Affluence, because we could get something still here, even though we have the path to victory right now. Another steel's good. I may re-up it. Gonna re-up the steel plus do the final strength that we have. Ooh, that knight just moved out of the way. Sick. Alright, so again, I'm not gonna use a rage here, and we're just gonna use more the resolution. Just to showcase that. The rage definitely would be like an easy boom. But let's just say, I would say on average, you hopefully will have at least one rage going into here. Now, a lot of times I like to finish with the rage, but I gave you a reason why we wanted to not do that with the auto heal and my Serenity. And here's the case of us actually really like managing those Serenities, because I have one left, but we saved it for this last floor, and this was a nasty debuff floor. But, you know, if you can fight through something that has a bad debuff as best as you can, do that. Please do that, because you just never know what this game is going to give you. And actually, one of my previous runs for one of the tutorial guides, we got hit with a triple no item floor. It was going very smoothly, and the game was like, here you go. Okay. Wait, how did I not hit the knight? What? Oh, that's fine. Okay, surprised I didn't hit the knight there. Okay. Gonna get hit here, which is fine. Oh, I got lucky. He actually just was late. Gonna do the... actually, I have to be careful with the Wraith here, because the Wraith can shoot at me out of combat. Again, original position, in the middle, on me. This guy's a little late. I gotta be careful for the Wraiths. They are in a really bad position. They could shoot me from afar. One more hit here. Okay, now... I'll just stay another... We'll do another resolution here. Oh, I should have done a potion. That's what I should have done, but it's okay. We'll just continue doing one at a time here. Yeah, Wraith and Knight. Oh yeah, Wraith and Knight can be dangerous. I don't like the Wraith and Gravekeeper combination. That one's dangerous too. The Wraith will be like as big as the thing. Okay, I'm gonna take the Knight out first. Predicting movement here in the middle. And we're done. What's our time? 28 minutes. Still with the rage in tow, but like I said, I didn't want to use that rage just to demonstrate the resolution. There you go. That's a benefit from the previous floor, which I didn't think the RNG was overly crazy. This floor was a little generous, but we did get some tough debuffs, and we had to really be strategic about where I used those Serenities, and it really came down to that last bit of where to use them, you know? So that was pretty huge. And there you go. If you're talking about saving time, I mean, imagine if, like, half of this didn't go as well as it did, and you still have, like, 20 minutes of a buffer. Like, imagine that, right? So, that's one thing to consider. There you go. That is, hopefully a good showcasing of time management on this floor set. I hope someone pulls something out of this one, because, you know, even though this is, like, certainly, like, the veteran point of view of this is how, like, when you really get good at the content, you really have a lot of experience. There's a lot of things that you can push the limits for. There's a lot of things that you can, like, try and take risks on. But I still think Deep Dungeon is in that position where it's like, just show that it's possible. Here's what you can do in the content. Here's what is capable of this job or this class or this thing. And hopefully something is going to be able to be taken away from it, right? You know? I mean, yes, is it intimidating that, like, okay, someone going for the first clear sees this and we just obliterate the run? But hopefully with the explanations, it made a little bit more sense as to why. You know, it's what I hope for. So there you go. There you go. 191 to 200 complete. Time and Pomanders managed very well. But yeah, I hope that helped, guys. I hope the information was pretty good. Like, it's interesting because I feel like a lot of times I do have this feeling where, like, if we walk in with a lot of palms, it gets a little weird for some guys. They're like looking at it, oh, just walk in with 3 rages. Oh, just walk in with, like, everything. And of course it's easy. But in this case, in this particular run, we really kind of went through the process of, like, well, this is how you can actually walk in with these things. Like, we talked about, like, okay, where I use this, why I wouldn't use this. And hopefully that equation will hopefully make sense into maybe translating to something. Man, even if you came in with, like, a little less than that, that was still really good, so...